Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for August 25. Supervisor Stopper, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to move to staff announcements. Ms. Glenville, I know we have staff that would like to talk. Could you just please go ahead? Thank you.
We do. Would you like me to read the report of closed session first?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Sure. Closed session from the meeting of the 18th was item number 4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6. County designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization SEIU. There was no reportable board action.
Thank you. Would you like to start with Ms. Turner?
Yes. Rebecca Turner, you can go ahead and make your staff announcement now if you'd like.
Good morning, board. I just wanted to let everybody know that today is election day for 3 small districts in the county. So if you're a registered voter in West Point Fire Protection District, San Andres Fire Protection District, or Lynn Park Acres Community Service District, we are conducting an election today. And voting closes at 8 p.m. And we'll continue accepting ballots through Friday as long as they're postmarked by today, election day. And if you get a phone call or a letter that you need a signature cured, we'll continue curing those signatures through September 4th. So if you have any questions about the election, give us a call.
Okay. Any staff members have any questions of Ms. Turner? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed with staff comments.
Mr. Osborne, if you'd like to make your staff announcement now, you may go ahead.
Madam Clerk. Good morning, Madam Chair. And
Mr. Osborne, could you please speak louder?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Can you hear me okay now?
No.
It's coming over this.
How about now?
We need to turn up this. It's coming in over this little computer.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
It's not loud enough to speak.
Rebecca was fine. I think you need to turn the volume up.
He does. It's got to be down. Rebecca was fine.
Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
No, could you just speak louder, John? We're not sure why.
Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to provide a quick update on the goings-ons here in the OES office. Start off with just a brief overview of some of the fires. The Flint fire is 100% contained at 55 acres. The Salt fire is 100% contained at 1,789 acres. The Mock fire, which is Tuolumne County, is currently at 2,800 acres and 40% contained. And the Lightning Complex incident, we had 5 small fires in Calaveras County. They are all under an acre and all contained. We'll be attending a 10 a.m. collaborator meeting at the incident command post later this morning, and I'll report out any findings from that. As far as the smoke, wildfire smoke, we are monitoring the conditions and providing public messaging through OES, EMA, and public health. And as you saw, Madam Chair, this morning out in the parking lot, we took delivery of our first of 5 generators provided to us by the PSPS grant. The other 4 are en route from the Valley today. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Ms. Glenville.
Ms. Medina, you can go ahead and make your announcement to the board now.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and respective board members. I'm trying to now get on a live feed, but for some reason I'm not able to get onto the live screening. Let me just test this. One moment, please. Good morning. Can everybody see me now?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and respective board members. Lisa Medina, Interim Environmental Management Agency Administrator, Environmental Health Director, and Air Pollution Control Officer. As you know, the Environmental Management Agency is comprised of 5 departments: environmental health, on-site wastewater, air pollution control, the agricultural department, and our animal services division. Last week, as you know, as John explained, we were dealing with the salt fire, and our animal services division was put on notice last Tuesday in order for us to be ready to deploy if needed for the evacuation of animals. Our community continues to be affected by the fires, and especially by the wildfire smoke that has come into our county. So I wanted to share a little bit of news and our collaborative efforts that we share with our sister counties. As you know, the mock fires were burning in Tuolumne County, and last week our animal service officers were able to deploy some equipment to them. This included stall partitions and also some water buckets. So we were happy to give a little bit back because Tuolumne Animal Services was real instrumental in providing us that type of equipment during our Butte fire response. So we were really happy and deeply grateful that our firefighters and our law enforcement were able to contain the fires and not able to, during the salt fires, and not affect our communities. We also had our animal services on call until midnight last Tuesday, and at midnight we were asked to stand by. We also reached out to one of our large animal resource for evacuation, including the CADS, which is the Calaveras Animal Disaster Service Teams. And we have other resources as well, which we will be providing on our website. We continue to work collaboratively, with our partners at Cal OES and Public Health to make sure that we are delivering the information needed to the public so they can make the right decisions regarding their public health and safety. And we are, again, deeply grateful for that collaborative effort by everyone. I also wanted to provide a report on our air quality. We just checked the air quality, and the AQI index is at 130. So what does that mean? 130 is unhealthy. It's unhealthy for sensitive groups, and these sensitive groups include pregnant women, children, elderly, especially those that are 65 years or older, and also those people that have heart and or lung issues, including COPD and asthma. So we are asking that people, make sure that they check our websites, Cal OES, Public Health, and our Air Pollution Control District, so they can make informed decisions as to whether to do any types of activities outside, which is definitely not recommended at this time. And also they can reach out to us at any time if they have any specific questions. Thank you. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Medina.
Thank you.
Ms. Glanville.
Sheriff DeBasilio, you can go ahead and make your staff announcement now.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I just want to give you folks a quick update on some of the things the Sheriff's Office is doing. I'll kind of lead off with the where we were at with the fires. Last week, we sent 4 folks up to Lake County, Nevada County. We had 2 folks up there. Let me back up. Lake County, we were going to send 4 people up, but because of the Tuolumne fire and the spot fires we were having in our county, I held our guys here, did not send them to Lake. We ended up sending 5 folks over to Tuolumne County. At this point, they have been relieved. I talked to Sheriff Pooley over there this morning, and they're doing a reassessment on what their fire is doing. So if they need more staff, they will be reaching back out to us for the mutual aid. I wanted to talk a little bit about our boating stats. With the smoke, last weekend was pretty quiet on the lakes. I think we had 1 citation on Tulloch and 1 on Comanche. Other than that, it was fairly quiet again because of the smoke. Marijuana stats. Our marijuana team's still been very active, believe it or not, even through the smoke. We have eradicated 46 sites to date, which is a 63% of where we were last year, so we're above where we were last year. We have collected 45 firearms, which puts us at 105% above where we were last year. We've eradicated almost 31,000 plants, just over 1,300 pounds of processed marijuana. We've made 22 arrests, and we have used that beautiful little tractor at 7 of the sites that we were able to get to. I have our set team. I'm sure, Ms. Calloway, you're aware that we had some issues going on in the Arnold area. I put our special enforcement team out there. We arrested a young man that was causing a lot of problems up in that neck of the woods. Our set team stats, they've made a total of, since May to July, we haven't done August stats yet, 40 extra arrests. Made in June, we had over 621 contacts, and that's just because of the protests and the amount of people that were up and about. And we seized 17 different instances of drugs, which ended up in 12 search warrants, 114 grams of methamphetamine we took off the street, 38 grams of heroin, 9 grams of cocaine, another 96.5 pounds of processed marijuana, 10 pounds of concentrated marijuana, and we took another 13 firearms off of the street with our set team and our narcotics unit. On to Natural Bridges. I'm sure you're aware that Natural Bridges is closed. I made a request to the Bureau of Reclamation because of the fires that we have going on, the lack of personnel, of fire personnel in the county. And this is partially with the help of CAL FIRE because of their lack of personnel. And Supervisor Mills is very aware of the amount of rescues that we have had to do down at Natural Bridges this year. I think we're at 13 or 14 at this point, which is typically in a year we have 2. So it's gone up quite a bit. So I have been working with Bureau of Reclamation. We have closed Natural Bridges at this point, and it will look like remain closed for the remainder of the season. I actually have a call with them tomorrow to confirm that, but the conversations that I've had with them, it looks like we're going to keep Natural Bridges closed for the rest of the season. We still have to do some contractual issues with them to see if they're going to continue our contract after October 31st. Again, Supervisor Mills is very involved in that. But I just want the public to know that Natural Bridges is closed at this time. It looks like the Bureau of Reclamation is going to be looking at next year some other avenues to be able to control the amount of people that go in and out of Natural Bridges. It's just causing a lot of problems. With the help of Department Head Josh Pack, they were able to install quite a few no parking signs across the street from the entrance and up and down the roadway to try and alleviate some of the parking problems that we were having when the area was open. I was very concerned that there was going to be an accident. It wasn't so much as if, it was when, because of the speed that people travel that roadway and the amount of people that were walking, across the roadway to get down into Natural Bridges. Again, with it being closed, hopefully that's going to resolve that problem. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for me? And I'm sorry I don't have my video. I don't know what happened to it this morning. It didn't want to get up and run in to see my pretty face. So
Just a moment, Chair. Mr. Stopper?
Mr. DeBasilio, so what you're saying with Natural Bridges, the Board of Reclamation, you're still contracted with them, so you're working with the deputy that they're providing money for to work out there to maintain the closure and enforce it?
Correct, Supervisor Stopper. What's going on right now is the Bureau of Reclamation has posted 2 rangers out there, and we are utilizing the Maloney's ranger that we are on contract with them at this time to sit out there because the Maloney's campgrounds are closed. So we're utilizing him there at Natural Bridges to make sure that we don't have any problems for the rangers. And
that's good. You brought up signs or barricades. Which is it?
If I said barricades, I apologize. It's signs. Our road department put up some no parking signs. And there was a couple of areas that we have fire access that there's no parking signs there also, so that
just a quick question to that point. Is that a Caltrans maintained highway?
Negative. That is a county maintained road.
Okay, that's a county maintained road. Thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Mills, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, the closure went into effect on Sunday, and the Bureau found that on Sunday and also Monday that the effectiveness of this closure was far surpassing anything that we had hoped for. We had probably 5 people or 5 groups try to find a way around it, but with the 2 rangers there, the second ranger intercepted them at the triangle or the meeting point for those 2 routes. They had their barricades up, and everything has gone very well. The no parking signs are 100% effective. There's been absolutely no vehicles on that side of the road, which made a big difference. So remember also that microsurfacing, and I know Mr. Pack probably will mention this, will begin on Parrots Ferry sometime in the near future. So that's also going to affect travel on that road for a couple of days, get that done.
Thank you. Are there any other staff comments, Ms. Glanville?
Not that I was informed of, but there are other staff on the line if they'd like to make a comment.
Staff, anyone have anything else they'd like to address? Okay, I'm going to move to the next item, which is regular agenda 1, and receive an update from staff on the COVID-19. Ms. Stranger.
Good morning, Madam Chair. And
Dr. Kaleda. Sorry.
This is Dr. Kaleda. I'm the health officer for Calaveras County. And I'd like to give the Board of Supervisors and the community a COVID-19 update for today, August 25th, 2020. Statewide, California has reported 668,000 confirmed COVID-19 cases with 12,152 fatalities. Calaveras County Public Health has confirmed 197 coronavirus cases now with 2 deaths. The most recent death was reported in a middle-aged female Calaveras County resident on Friday, August 21st, who'd been hospitalized in a neighboring San Joaquin Valley hospital. An outbreak of COVID-19 infection has been identified in Avalon San Andreas Skilled Nursing Facility after an initial identification of an asymptomatic staff member working at the facility was picked up on routine surveillance testing on July 27th. To date, infections in 19 residents and 11 staff members have been confirmed through enhanced testing of all residents and care staff. Any positive residents that are identified in the facility are being temporarily transferred to another Avalon facility out of the county, designated as a COVID-19 unit, until they're recovered, so as to prevent ongoing transmission to other residents within the San Andreas facility. The facility's infection prevention staff have been working closely with our public health department, and we've been in consultation with the California Department of Public Health and also have them engaged as well. The facility is undergoing close surveillance for the prompt identification of any new cases in the residents and staff, and scaled up infection prevention activities will continue. There's currently 4 Calaveras County residents hospitalized. Local hospital capacity remains adequate and ventilator availability is 75%. On August 13th, as you know, Calaveras County was placed on the state monitoring list. The California Department of Public Health monitors counties on several metrics that indicate elevations in disease transmission and hospital utilization. Because Calaveras County was experiencing an increase in the rate of new infections per 100,000 population for more than 3 consecutive days, we were placed on the watch list. Because of this, several additional business sectors were required by the state closed in our community. Those included indoor gym and fitness centers, personalized services such as tattoo, massage, body art, as well as barber shops and hair salons and indoor malls. Additionally, schools that were planning on resuming in-person student attendance for the new academic school year were now all required to move to online distance learning only. August 20th, 2020, Calaveras Public Health confirmed that our county was taken off the county monitoring list. Local COVID-19 data has subsequently fallen below the limits outlined by the California Department of Public Health for 3 consecutive days. Industries or activities that were required to close unless they were modified to operate outside or pickup must remain closed even with movement off the county monitoring list. After 14 days off the monitoring list, schools can elect to participate in various types of in-person student classroom instruction again. The state's in the process of re-evaluating when businesses required to close can be allowed to reopen. We participated on a conference call with CDPH staff over the weekend and were informed that the current disease monitoring system in place for the monitoring list process is being reformulated. The revised system will likely have different criteria, and so the impacts of our current disease status on local business activities remains undetermined at this time, and we'll have more information likely later this week. The best ways to avoid exposure to the virus are to stay home if you're sick, stay at least 6 feet away from people outside your household, wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds, avoid touching your eyes, ears, nose, and mouth with unwashed hands, and to wear a face covering over your nose and mouth when around others. No-cost testing for COVID-19 remains available to anyone who would like to get tested. The Optum Serve COVID-19 testing site located at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds is open Tuesdays through Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Testing is now available for those down to 3 years of age and over. People are highly encouraged to register ahead online, and people without internet access can call the 888 toll-free number and receive additional information and schedule a time and date to come in and get tested. Those contact numbers, both the internet site and the toll-free telephone number, are available on our Calaveras County COVID-19 website. We need to remain cautious in how we are moving forward. To continue in a positive direction, the public is urged to continue to wear face masks, keep 6 feet apart, get tested, wash hands, and stay at home if sick. Avoid gathering if physical distancing and mask wearing cannot be followed. There's no doubt our current situation is further strengthened when we work together to help in the fight against COVID-19 and keep us back off the monitoring list. Ms. Stranger can provide some additional information regarding business sector impacts and social service issues.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Kristen Stranger, Health and Human Services Agency. Dr. Clada covered the bulk of the impacts to the businesses, but I did want to follow up on a conversation that Supervisor Garamendi brought forward at the last board meeting as it pertains to the reopening for in-person services for particularly social services. I did want to let you know that the team is diligently working on doing a modified soft reopening for in-person services in our lobby here at our main building, and we are looking to reopen approximately 2 of our outstations that have ample distance that we are going to be able to do in the months of September. And those two outstations, which do have more opportunities for increased distancing, include West Point and Copperopolis. And then we will begin to evaluate our other outstations throughout the community for further reopening and additional modifications so that we can move more toward providing in-person services with the ample safety precautionary measures that we've established throughout the pandemic. With that, Dr. Clado or myself can take any questions.
If anyone from the public has some, if you could call in now, I'm going to ask the board first. Mr. Stopper.
2020, the year of civil unrest. It is not just civil, it is political. And both sides in this presidential election year are fueling the fire of civil discord. The position of a county supervisor is nonpartisan. To remain unbiased is the goal as we move forwards to making our decisions. During past emergency situations, Calaveras has come together in a way we can all be proud of. Butte Fire, for example. This is not the case when it comes to COVID. People are divided. Talking to the people I represent, a simple majority believe masks help along with hand washing, good hygiene, and social distancing. I strongly suggest that you heed these mitigating measures unless you have medical conditions or disabilities that would make this detrimental to yourself. A major majority are okay with this, but are not content how the mitigating measures are being projected on businesses and schools by closing them. Mental health is degrading. COVID fatigue has become a reality. Yesterday, Governor Newsom, during his press conference, gave no clear path forward to reopening businesses and counties that have been removed from the monitoring list. There is no clear definition moving forward. Businesses in Calaveras County are in a limbo on how to proceed. People are out of work and don't have clarity when they can work for a living once again. People are losing confidence in our government. These governor orders bypassing the legislative branch are reserved for rare moments of need in short order. We're in the 6th month of this pandemic, and the legislative branch has still had no input on this pandemic. The cure to the virus has become the cancer divisiveness. While I sit here projecting discontent with how our state is dealing with the current situation, we bear as a board some of this responsibility. When the board votes, whether we do agree or disagree as individual supervisors, we bear this responsibility as a board in its entirety to give clear direction to staff so that we can move forward decisively and expediently. I bring this up in this fact that we've not been given clear path from the state in many instances. We have some items I'm not going to speak to directly right now that are coming up farther down in our agenda today that, I'll pull and we'll talk about at that time. We need to tell us as a board whether we agree with the majority on how they go forward. It's for the better health for our staff on how we proceed. And some weeks ago, I brought up something that a majority of the board had supported about writing a letter to the governor. I was pushed back a little bit just because, a lot of the orders haven't been concise and things have changed since then. Rethink this. I think we should be strong as a board, write a letter to the governor, not subtle, but strong, about how a clear path forward given by him on how to move forward would help mitigate these issues of divisiveness and confusion that are, erupting within our communities. I just felt that I needed to bring this up in this way because, mental health is a reality in this situation. COVID fatigue's becoming a reality. I have people out of work that call me up, sometimes going through the process of filing for their unemployment, and being held back. They don't know when they're going to be able to afford to put that next meal in front of their kids on their table, much less the people that aren't able to afford to pay their leases on their businesses. I strongly feel that the way they did not define that businesses can reopening when removed from the monitoring list is unfair to the businesses. And that's where I stand on this. I don't have any questions. I think Dr. Kaleda and Kristen have done their job well and within the confines that have been provided them. And I want to thank them for the job they have. I'm not necessarily happy with the message that they deliver much of the time, but that's not the message that they didn't necessarily want to have to deliver most of the time. Thank you.
Mr. Stopper, did you want an item agendized for our next meeting on writing a letter to the governor?
I would love to if the board would so be willing.
What's the position of the board? Would you like this item brought back for the board to possibly write a letter?
Madam Chair, I would.
Yes.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'm happy to be part of the exercise. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Could Mr. All, could you see that this item is on the agenda and maybe work with Mr. Stopper on how he would like the agenda item presented? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, will do.
Mr. Mills, did you have any questions or editorials for?
Not so much editorials, but coming from the question that I had asked last week, and that is that when you're looking at these numbers, to me, there's a need to try to find out where are the hotspots, where are the problem areas, what's causing the problem? Is it a business? Is it a healthcare system? What is it that's doing this so we can focus on resolving that? I look at the numbers and say we're not reporting those that have pre-existing conditions. We're simply making a report on everybody who potentially has tested positive. We're breaking it down, but I don't know that we're breaking the numbers down far enough to really be able to get a handle on where it's really happening and where it's not happening. So, and I know that I've asked before to get it broken down by communities so that we can look at communities as being hotspots. And there's going to be an ebb and flow, but from a business perspective, the more data that we have in front of us, I think the better that we're able to make decisions or make good decisions and not focus our time on doing things or restricting things that really are not going to achieve any result. So I'm asking for more data and more complete data, not simply to report out how many tests in the last 14 days and then how many tested positive. I'd like to see a report every day we received. How many tests today? How many tested positive? Where did they test positive? Those are the kind of things, if I was in a business, I would be asking. And I'm asking for that now to try to understand where we're going. This is almost turning political to me too. I've sensed that from almost from the get-go. When we talk about heart disease or strokes or anything else, there are other maladies that can lead to fatalities. But when we focus on this, I'm almost worried that, well, worry is a bad term. It's a concern that we're spending a lot of time on doing something that isn't going to achieve a good long-term result without a whole lot of expense. Ronald Reagan said, "I'm here from the government and I'm here to help." I'm concerned about that. I think that businesses can figure out a way to handle their issues and solve their problems. The public is capable of being responsible. and doing what they need to do to be able to take care of themselves. For those that are high risk, they know they're high risk. This is not a surprise. So let's look at this from a perspective of we've spent a lot of money so far. How much more are we going to spend, and what's going to be the result? I don't see the return on investment at this point, but I appreciate what the doctor and Kristen are doing. I know that they're working with the guidelines and parameters, and that makes it a kind of a difficult situation, and I'm sure that they have pondered many of these things themselves. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. I disagree with you on that, but Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Kristen and HHS staff for getting those outstations back up and going. The needs continue to grow, and we need to be there to serve our fellow citizens and taxpayers. So thank you very much, Kristen. To Dennis's point, I can't argue a lot of these points, but what I can suggest is what you suggested was going to add a whole lot of work to the staff of HHS and public health who are already taxed to the max. If they start having to provide daily reports with these detailed numbers to us, it is going to add to their workload substantially. And I think if we're going to request something like that, we should go through the polling process to make sure that it's a priority, since I know that's coming up later on in our discussion as well.
Mr. Tuffanelli, did you have something? Mr. Stopper?
I believe you both have very good points. I do agree with Mr. Garamendi on how we should proceed forward on giving direction. But I think Mr. Mills brings up some very good points that we talked about last week when it comes to being able to draw a straight line to the businesses as we're proceeding. I mean, it's almost like we're punishing for someone that they could, so I do see partially where he's coming from. I mean, in this situation, it's not a business model. There's never a return on investment. This isn't an investment. We invested into COVID, but both very good points. And I think we should have that discussion. I think we should give some clear direction on what we would like to see coming in on the information. I would like to see some clear lines defined before we end up having to enforce something on businesses in the future that we can't clearly define.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Clada, I do have a couple questions for you. First off, you mentioned when the state does allow us to reopen some of the businesses or all of the businesses that were shut down during this, when we were on the monitoring list, you mentioned that there's going to be new parameters for them once they open it up. So it's not go back to what it was prior to this closing, that there's possibility that they could be more restrictive than prior. Is that what you're saying?
The information that we've been given from the California Department of Public Health is that they are going to revisit the county monitoring system, the data monitoring system, in order to make it a little bit more robust, make it a little bit more specific. Whereas right now it's you either make the monitoring list or you don't. The new system will have a little bit more specificity in the sense that counties will be on several different tiers, and those tiers will have other specific actions that are necessary that would impact businesses. And so it would hopefully allow communities like ours that even though we made the monitoring list, we didn't make it by a lot and now we are off. What's the potential for us to resume some business activities that have been suspended and allow for other counties to have more strict actions remain in effect? So that's sort of the goal of what we've been told the state is trying to do, but I don't have any of the details about what that's going to look like right now.
And you said that the possibility exists that there be more information on this later in the week. Is that
That's what we were told on our Sunday call with the California Department of Public Health. And I've seen emails that there's meetings for further discussion on this coming up this week too.
okay? Thank you. I do have one last question for you. Since March, you've been appearing weekly and giving us updates weekly. And for the better part, you transmit basically from where you're at today. And my question to you is, since March, when this pandemic started and it's engrossed probably 90% of your days, how much time have you had to play that bass that's always behind you?
Well, actually, that's a banjo. So you could see four tuners at the top, and that's a 5-string banjo. And I don't have as much time to play it as I have had in the past.
Well, it's good therapy, and hopefully you have time to play it, because it takes a lot of stuff off your mind when you're playing music. So that's all I have. Thank you.
There's no public comment. Ms. Stranger? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Good morning. Terry McBride, District 2, Calaveras County Committee Chair and Senator for New California State. On July 21, our Sheriff, Rick DiBasilio, informed you that enforcement of mask wearing was a violation of our 14th Amendment. As a resident of Calaveras County, I am grateful to have a constitutional sheriff that stands up for our constitutional rights, even if the Board of Supervisors is determined to violate them, in the vain and empty hope of achieving money from the state of California. The emperor, dictator, tyrant, some call Governor Newsom, has no clothes, nor does he have money. He can't even come up with $100 for the unemployed. To give you to trample on your constitution, on your constituents, their businesses, or their constitutional rights. A.G. Barr warned public officials that the Constitution is not suspended for COVID-19. When you took your office, you swore an oath to the Constitution. In fact, I have copies of your signed oaths at home. That's a contract. When you violate your oath, you are in breach of contract. I took an oath for the positions I have in New California. I will stand by them. Did you know in California, if you violate your oath of office, it's a felony? When you chose to go over our sheriff's head and search for other ways to force a mask and social distancing mandate, all of which is social conditioning, masks are dangerous for the health of the average person. Do some research. Do some research. And it causes physical issues as well as mental. Then you were spot on with all of this. So then you decided to see if you could force a business owner to force wearing of masks under a penalty. I think it was $1,000. That's against our 8th Constitution, which forbids excessive fines. You've also violated the First Amendment in regards to participating in religious practice, which many people at this point in time need. They need it. Or a gathering of, or any peaceful gathering for that matter. For what? Money, political favor? I mean, what are you going to get out of this? I wonder, doesn't Dr. Clada have to have an oath of office? Because I can't get it. I've asked for his oath of office. I've asked for the director. I've asked for the deputy director. I've asked for their training. What is their experience? Doesn't he have to have a degree in public health? I'm assuming. On December 6th, on the public health website, ours, there is a press release regarding the high levels of flu within the county and state. It was an exceptionally bad year. A lot of people got sick and people died. They do every year. It's part of life. You know what was suggested, not mandated, not forced upon its citizens? Stay away from sick people. If you're sick, stay home. Wash your hands. Common sense. Is that my time?
Yes.
Thank you. You guys
Thank you, Ms.
stand up.
McBride.
Get it back.
Thank you.
Stand up to this governor that is, you look
Thank you,
tired.
Ms. McBride. Thank you. Are there any other public? Ms. Stranger? Did you want to address any of the comments Mr. Mills made or Dr. Kaleda?
I don't have anything. Dr. Clada?
I would, just a couple of points. One is that there's the discussion of return on investment, and is the work on public health that we're spending dealing with this pandemic worthwhile? Is it doing any good? Is it cost effective? I don't really see any other choice. I mean, you want your public health department and your public health professionals in your community dedicating themselves around the clock to addressing the potential ramifications of this pandemic. So I don't see that as a criticism necessarily. That's basically what I would say, is that, you know, the work of the public health department has been an all-consuming activity since this pandemic started. And, you know, our rates of disease in our community are increasing in spite of that. And this is something that we really need to redouble our efforts as a community in addressing. And so I would defend the work of the public health epidemiologic staff in addressing this pandemic. And I think our efforts are helping blunt the spread of disease in our community and are not going in vain.
Mr. Stopper.
One question that was brought up, that you had brought up as an answer, Dr. Clada, is that the state's working on defining the monitoring list now, doing tiers and so on. You know, yesterday when the governor spoke, he spoke to the fact that they don't have definition on it, on how to move forward. Consistently, it keeps getting brought up. We're basing this on scientific fact. You know, I know you work from that end, but apparently, from my perspective, the state has not necessarily worked from a scientific perspective based on real-time numbers to put forward this monitoring list, because now they have to define it. And yesterday he didn't have real answers on how they were going to proceed when he was grilled by the reporters at the state level. So, you know, can you provide any clarity on how it's based on science moving forward from your perspective? I know these are politicians putting this stuff forward, and you work on a very different level than the politicians, Dr. Clada, with respect to that. Do you have any answer to that?
Not a clear answer, but I do have, I think, something that I would help allay some of your concerns. There's the governor of California. There's politicians at the state level, and I can't address what they're doing or what they're saying. I'm not a political person. But the professionals, the public health professionals at the California Department of Public Health, are some of the smartest and finest professionals in this field that exist anywhere in the United States. The California Department of Public Health is the shining example of what a state public health department should be. And local health departments throughout California take our advice and our guidance and our leadership and our technical expertise from the California Department of Public Health. And all of their decisions are based on science. And all of their decisions have been based on what's going to be in the best interest to protect the health and safety of the citizens of California. And likewise in Calaveras County, our public health department and Health and Human Services Agency staff are doing the same thing. So all of our decisions are based on science. All of our decisions are based on epidemiology, and all of our decisions are based on what we can do to blunt this pandemic and protect the safety of our community.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I'll make a comment. The last update that we were given, Dr. Kaleda talked about the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And 1/3 of the people who have received the virus are the ones that Supervisor Mills are talking about, that we want more information. We want to know what town they live in. We want to know, did they get it at church? Did they get it at restaurants? Did they get it where? And I'm wanting staff to do the things that they are doing now on a daily basis, not just to garner information for us, because we have constituents that want to know who got sick. Do you know who got sick? Do you know who? Do you know where they live? Or I had someone say, well, I don't go to Valley Springs, I live in Murphy's. And so why shouldn't we be different in Murphy's? And I said, well, how do you know the person in Valley Springs didn't get it in Murphy's? We're in this as a county. And just to try and satisfy our curiosity about how many cases we get every day and what town they're in, I think it's fine that they give it to us twice a week, that they're not spending time running figures for us to, we don't know anything more. It doesn't make us any smarter. It doesn't change the protocols that we have asked public health to do. I mean, we're still defining this and redefining and rebuilding this virus that we have, this pandemic that we have, not only in our county, but in the state and in the nation. And I think we need to be respectful of their time and their skill set. And if any of you want to go run the department, I'm happy to consider it if you give up your job as supervisor. Anyway, that's just to add a little humor and get a smile from Mr. Mills. So I don't, yeah, Mr. Tuffanelli.
I'm sitting here and I got to say, I don't agree totally with Mr. Mills on what he's asking for. It's a virus. If I get a cold, I don't know where I got a cold from unless one of my kids have a cold. They caught a cold. Where did they catch a cold at? How did they get a cold? No, the flu. I get the flu. I don't know where I got the flu. How can you tell somebody to tell me or tell them where you got it from? You can't determine. You go so many places, you do so many things. You can't just find out and tell them, well, I got it at Joe's restaurant. I was there and I must have got it there. You can't do that. It's not that way. It's no different, again, like a cold or the flu or anything else. To spend time trying to pinpoint that, I think is like chasing the needle in a haystack. You're just wasting time. I do believe, and I'll say this, that I didn't at first, but I do and see now that wearing a mask, like the doctor says, is a preventative measure. It's no different than we've been told by the dentist to brush our teeth at least twice a day. Why? To prevent cavities. If I get a cut that needs stitches, I go in and see the doctor. The doctor stitches me up and puts bandages on it and dressing on it and tells me, you need to change these daily and keep it clean. I do it. Do I have a right not to do it? I have a right not to do it, but I do it because the doctor told me to do it, and it's going to help prevent any infection in it. It just goes on things you can do that the doctor tells you to do to prevent getting sick, to prevent any disease, to prevent any infection. I don't think it's any different than wearing a mask, but the doctor's telling you that this is going to prevent you from getting sick. And I've been you know, you can say you have the right, fine, this is America. It's not a dictatorship where if they're told to wear a mask, you have to wear a mask. You're absolutely right. If I break my leg and he puts a cast on it, do I have the right to take the cast off? I do. But what are the chances of it not healing right or something else going wrong? I do what the doctor told me because that's what I've been told by my mother growing up and all along. You got to do what the doctor says. So I think that at least if you don't believe that it's right for you, that's fine. If you believe you have inalienable rights not to wear it, that's your choice to do it. But again, a doctor is telling you to do it. And at least while we're going through the season that we're going through, I think I would be wearing a mask anyway with the amount of smoke in the air that we're getting right now. It would at least save me from any injury to my lungs from the smoke that's out there. So that's where I'm at right now. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toffanelli. Seeing no further comments from the board, Dr. Kay, Ms. Stranger, is there anything else you wanted to say before I move on to the next item? Okay, thank you. Ms. Stranger? Oh, I'm sorry, please, thank you.
Caller, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, you can go ahead and do so now.
Hi, I just wanted to make a comment about people saying if you're sick, stay home. With this virus, you can be sick and not know it for many days, or asymptomatic and never know that you're spreading the virus. When we have a driver's license to drive a car, it's our responsibility to drive safely, and it doesn't give us a license to drive on the sidewalk. So choosing not to wear a mask is bigger than your personal choice. 70,000 lives can be saved by the end of the year if we all Hippocratic oath, which is to do no harm. I'm tired of lay people lecturing physicians, responsible healthcare workers, experienced healthcare workers, because they have a modem and a YouTube that doesn't make you an epidemiologist. If we care about our community, we'll pull together, wear masks, stay home, and that is how we get the economy going. It's not about politics, it's about public health. I think that's everything I want to say. Oh, I'd also like to encourage the board either to go back to Zoom meetings or wear masks when you're not talking. There is a lot of evidence emerging that shows that these are airborne particles, and you're all risking each other's health and the larger community. Plus, it will set a better example if everybody wears masks in public, including in the boardroom. Thank you, and I wish you all good health.
Thank you. No other calls? All right, thank you. Dr. Kay, Ms. Stranger, thank you very much for this item. Ms. Stranger, don't go away.
I'm here.
I want to move to item 2, which is a proclamation honoring Joni Romero, and I want to do something a little bit different. I would like to take a vote on this instead of reading all these wonderful things about her and then trying to decide if you all want to support it or not. I want to know before. So could I have a motion on approving this proclamation for Joni Romero?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Second.
Second. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good. All right. Is Joni coming in the room with us?
She is on the screen.
Oh my gosh. I've only had 2 supervisors having to tell me Ms. Glanville, where were you telling me that I should have had public comment on this? Do any of Ms. Romero's colleagues want to make a comment before we do the proclamation, or any member of the public? Okay, well, there'll be time. I'll open it up in case anybody wants to say anything. Ms. Stranger is, excuse me, Ms. Romero with you?
Yes, Madam Chair. Joni is here with us, and however you would like to handle the proclamation, if you wanted to read about it, but it has personally been an honor, and I know I speak on behalf of many of my colleagues at HHSA who've gotten to serve our community side by side with Joni. She's incredibly experienced, has brought so much leadership and training to a number of our clinicians, and we obviously are going to miss her at HHSA, but that being said, she's still in our community, so we don't, she's not far. And Joni, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I wanted to first off thank you for doing this proclamation. 24 years seems like a long time, but it flew by because I just love my job. And despite having been headhunted many times over the years, I chose to stay here and serve my community. That was one of my priorities. So I just want to thank all my coworkers, past, present, and all of my clients that I helped and hoped I helped. So I hope I made a difference in people's lives. So thank you for this.
Well, I got up because I had to get you a frog, and it's going to be attached to the proclamation.
Thank you.
So now you're going to get to spend more time with your granddaughter?
Yes.
Yes? How
Yes.
old is she? How old is she?
She's 11 going on 25.
Oh, are you going to be schooling her?
No, it's too far away. She lives in Sacramento, so I don't know. Maybe I could get in on their Zoom meetings.
Well, at least now you won't have to fight your driveway in the winter, right?
Oh, yeah. I
Talk
don't
about-
leave here in the winter anymore. I am done with snow.
Oh, no. I'd like to read the proclamation. It's truly my honor, Joni, recognizing Joni Romero over 24 years of service as part of the Health and Human Service Agency, Behavioral Health Division, and congratulating her on her retirement. Whereas Ms. Romero began her career at Health and Human Service Agencies in June of 1991, and whereas she began her career with the county as an account clerk. Where were you an account clerk? What department?
Health and Human Services.
Health and Human Services. Then became an eligibility worker in the Human Service Division in June of 1994. And whereas Ms. Romero briefly left the employ of the county in the year 2000 and returned in 2005 to continue servicing the Calaveras County community as a clinician. And whereas she's been serving county residents through significant growth and change and has been an agent of change through all of the challenges. Is there any you want to talk about that stand out to you?
I think the biggest challenge was when we implemented the Mental Health Services Act, and we went from being able to fit in one building to now several buildings over town. It was amazing. I think we had 3 clinicians and 2 case managers at the time, and it's been a big change over the years to watch this agency expand.
Yeah, it has been. All for the better. And whereas Ms. Romero has provided exceptional work and commendable dedication to the adults, children, and families of Calaveras County. and whereas her leadership, guidance, and institutional knowledge will definitely be missed by our Health and Human Service Agency staff. And since the board already took the vote, because I didn't want to read all this and then have them say, no, we don't want her to go, we're not going to vote on it. So now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, this 25th day of August, 2020, do hereby honor and recognize Joni Romero for her many years of service and express their appreciation to her for her loyalty and leadership to the County of Calaveras. We wish you much happiness and good health as you go forward in this new chapter of your life. Thank you so very, very much.
Well, thank you for having the opportunity to work for Calaveras County.
Yes. Are you home? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. I don't go to work anymore. It's very strange.
That was, so we will get this proclamation and the frog to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stranger, did you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I don't, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. Joni, deeply, thank you so very much. It's not a department that's easy to be in. So if there's no other further comments, I'd like to move to general public. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just want to thank Joni for her service. I mean, it's a long stretch, you know, and a high amount of patience for a lot of what you end up doing. And I would also like to give you couple sprays on the frog of hand sanitizer after Marita handles it, because I don't necessarily know who she's hanging out with. So, you know, I'll look out for you while you're still at home, Joni. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. I'd like to move to general public comment. If anybody has anything they'd like to address to the board that is not on the agenda, you will have 3 minutes, and Ms. Glanville will be introducing you on the calls. Ms. McBride.
Terry McBride, Calaveras County Chair, Senator for New California State. Every Tuesday, I stand in front of our Superior Court and I read the grievances. Every county within New California State is doing this on Tuesdays. The public is welcome to come and hear. I'm going to do a short synopsis. Basically, we state the fact that California state government violates the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, United States Constitution, Article 6, First Amendment of the United States Constitution, the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. Order of the day, $44,000 per month. Recently released documents show the pay that 2 California counties are paying their COVID-19 health director to run. The regional bi-county emergency operations center is $44,000 per month. The director, who is a Soros fellow, was like most COVID-19 county health directors in California and hired in early January 2020 before there was an announced COVID-19 pandemic. Odd that California counties would be making such expensive hires in the face of a state in financial crisis and before there was an announced issue with COVID-19. Don't be fooled by the coronavirus threat. It is real, but don't be fooled by the unelected bureaucrats for the Bi-County Emergency Operations Center and other COVID-19 regional programs. They've just taken away your constitutional rights. Yes, these are appointed bureaucrats, not elected officials by the citizens of the Bi-County region. Their governments decide to be totalitarian, the loss of your constitutional right, or when governments decide to be totalitarian, the loss of your constitutional rights is the first thing to go. For years, people of California have been screaming to the world that the state of California has been heading right into the direction of other socialistic, communistic, totalitarian governments. Now the world can see the result of years of over-legislation and regulation by state elected officials and unelected bureaucrats. The process to destroy California and turn it into a communist, totalitarian state has been one that has utilized the regional governance system. Regionalism is a political or social system based on one or more areas. Members of regional boards are unelected officials in a republic but are able to pass regulations, fees, and taxes on the regional residents who never elected them to be on boards they occupy. The Russian word for regionalism is Soviet. Remember the Union of Soviet Socialist Republic, now the California Soviet Socialist Republic. Elected supervisors and elected mayors in an unelected board of the region of counties coming together to take your constitutional rights away, just like the Communist Chinese Party, or perhaps the old Union of Soviet Socialist Republic. Thank you. Have a good day.
We have one caller, you said?
No. Neri, seeing as that there are no public comments on items that are not on the agenda, is there a change? No? No. Okay, I'd like to move to the consent agenda. These items are normally routine, non-controversial. They'll be acted on on one vote unless any member of the board, staff, or public would like to pull a consent agenda item. Mr. Mills.
Item 15 and 17. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stopper.
My apologies. The one I was going to refer to has already been pulled.
Does any member of staff wish to pull a consent agenda item? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your mic here. Which one would you like pulled?
I'm just going to make a motion to.
Oh, got it. Okay, wait. No member of staff wishes to pull one. Does any member of the public wish to pull a consent agenda item? I'll entertain a motion on the balance. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Madam Chair, I will move the balance of the consent agenda.
Motion by Supervisor Tuffanelli. Is there a second?
A second. Madam
Supervisor Stopper made the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Mr. Mills, item 15.
Yes, on item 15, or as part of item 15, it might be worthwhile, considering the COVID situation, to discuss further with Ms. O'Connell and her group as to what they will be doing or what they can be doing to assist. This might be an opportunity to relook at our priorities and decide whether or not we have been effective in any of those priorities and what other priorities might be on the table for her to work on from a federal level. So I just simply be asking for an opportunity to put on the agenda a discussion with Ms. Dempsey, what she can do to assist us.
Mr. Mills, we asked that because of COVID, we have asked that she come before the board, probably via Zoom, at our next meeting.
Okay, I was not aware of that.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Very good point. We were discussing direction towards getting that done so then we could voice our concerns at that time. But
Okay,
yes, very
so
good.
ask and you shall receive. Is that
Yes.
what it is here? Okay.
Yesterday, we worked on it yesterday.
Okay, excellent, because I'm sure that some of our priorities may need to be changing, and the board needs to be thinking about what those priorities are and how to properly use her talents, and she does have a lot of them to assist us. So,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
with that, I will move the item. Madam Chair.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Mills. Oh, gosh, I keep forgetting. It's so hard without public there. Is there any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, while we're waiting for public comment, may I provide some information, please?
Yes, please, thank you.
You mentioned that we were scheduling for next meeting, and that will be the target date, but I'd like to have latitude to work with Ms. O'Connell to make sure that fits in her schedule, given the priorities she may have.
Oh, absolutely. And if we could put her on the agenda towards the beginning, because she is 3 hours ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No public comment. All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Who did the second?
Nobody.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Item 17, Mr. Mills.
Item 17, I think, needs to have further discussion. If you look at packet page 323 and number 2, there's a synaptic error in there. Where it has the in, it says protect the public health within the county. I'm not certain what that means.
That would be a typo, Supervisor Mills. I believe it should just be within, either or.
Well, at least you know, ma'am, I'm reading it.
Yes, I appreciate that. I think it's probably one of those things where when you look at it so much, your eyes gloss over that. So we can certainly make that edit. Not a problem.
I think the board likewise needs to have possibly a further discussion on numbers 6, 7, and 8 as to how that would work. I would certainly, as I've said before, want to find ways to help businesses to deal with government restrictions, and that we're not doing anything within the realm of this particular resolution to help fund compliance. And there are businesses that, to some degree, may not be able to afford to be compliant simply because they don't have the dollars in their pocket to do it. And I don't want to put them in a corner either. So I would like to be sure that there's some way that we're talking about how we're going to be helping businesses if we're going to be talking about how we're going to punish them.
Mr. Stopper.
Madam Chair. This is an enforcement measure. I see that as a separate conversation personally, although some of your concerns are mine. I just would like to reiterate that yesterday the governor has given no clear definition on reopening businesses. And the board has discussed this, and in its majority, I will support what the majority decides in this issue, but I cannot support enforcement personally with my vote at this time, just for the very reasons that the governor has given no clear direction on how they're going forward. And he says that they have further work to define this. And how are we to enforce these rules when they aren't clear from the very beginning? There's other issues I have, but that's the sum of where I'm at on this enforcement issue. And again, I will reiterate, if the majority of the board decides to do this, I will work with you forward on the enforcement measure.
So I understand that if we take a vote on this, you're going to abstain.
I did not say anything of the sort.
Well, you said I'll work with you, but I don't support this, and that's what I was hearing from you. I mean, that's all right. You don't.
I define why I don't support enforcement at this time.
Got it. Okay.
But if the majority of the board makes a vote, I stand with you as my position.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Supervisor Stopper, I agree. This whole thing is getting really confusing, and it's extraordinarily frustrating for our businesses and as far as policy makers as well. We're all fumbling through this as best we can. So I feel what you're saying. What I wanted to bring up, and I didn't vote with majority on this before, and in reading this, something really stuck with me, and I thought about it this morning. I just want to make sure we understand, or that I understand what we're trying to do here. My problem is when we get to item number 4 on the proclamation, where we basically say, if you've got prior violations, we're going to give you a clean slate. I think that was what I heard in the meeting. That's reflected here. I want to make sure that's really what the majority wanted to do. And my concern is fairness as policymakers to our businesses. If you are the Murphy's Hotel, and I'm sorry I keep picking on, but it's like kind when I compare with the Leger Hotel. Leger Hotel closes down, doesn't run their business. I'm sure their owners are taking horrible financial loss as a result of this. While at the same time, the Murphy's Hotel stays open. And we're basically saying to the people who followed our rules that we put forward and the state put forward, we're basically saying, look, you followed our rules, and too bad for you, because the guys who didn't follow the rules are just getting a clean slate. So thank you for following the rules, but there was no real advantage to being a team player. The other thing that stuck, and I want to make sure that that's what you guys really want to do. And the other thing that stuck with me is the only reason we're doing this at all is because we've got these repeat offenders that are thumbing their nose at us. So because something like the Murphy's Hotel thumbing their nose at us, we have to spend thousands of dollars in man hours and woman hours creating this document, having this discussion, and then we're going to say, but now we're just going to shake hands and it's all going to be fine and we're not going to hold you accountable. And I'm not going to vote for this, but I wanted to make sure that that's really what you guys want to do. It's a question of fairness and equity and why we're doing this in the first place is the points that came up with me. So I just wanted to, before you guys vote on this, just make sure you're clear on what we're doing. That's all I've got, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any comment? Mr. Topanelli?
Well, Supervisor Garamendi, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know what your solution to your statement is. Delete item number 4 on here, or revise item number 4 on here to say something different than what it is. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. We do have businesses that completely follow the rules, and you never see on a list that Kristen puts out. And then again, you have the ones that are continuously on that list. But at a starting point, I think the idea here was we're introducing a new ordinance here. And so we have to have a starting point. And so the starting point would be, you can't, are you saying you're going to pick and choose who's going to start at step number 3, who's going to start at step number 2, who's going to start at step number 1? I mean, I think that's the whole basis of what it was behind saying, okay, everybody starts at this base, and it's easier for staff. It's easier for everybody. Okay, going forward. But if you have a different solution in order to get to the same place, I'm willing to hear what you have to say.
You know, Madam Chair, it's okay if we?
Yes, please.
Okay, I agree, and that's the easy answer. Is we just it goes clean, you start over, right? That would make it easier for everybody. But I think that I really don't know how we're going to implement this. I don't know where we have the staff capacity to do this, which is why I'm particularly concerned about our council's office, since they're probably going to be the ones doing a lot of this work, which is why I wanted to go with code. But I think that I think that we could change this. And again, I don't know how we're going to implement this thing, so it's confusing as heck. But I think that by stating, we're just going to give you a clean slate and not take anything into consideration that happened before, I think it's not fair. I don't know how we take that in consideration, but I think this needs more work to figure out how we're actually going to do it and what we're actually going to be accomplishing. I don't have the easy answer, Gary. The easy answer is to just do what you're saying. I just don't think it's fair to do that. That doesn't mean I've got a better answer, but I'm willing to work towards one.
So you're in agreement of the concept of we need to do something, but the concept isn't clear at this point. You're saying that we need to bring it back and have a further discussion on this item?
I'm willing to go line by line through this if we need to, or at least clean up that one. I'm sure we could sit down on a break, come up with some wording that we could all agree on. But again, when I read this document again, when I was figuring out whether I wanted to pull it as well, this is there's different levels here. When we're talking about a code compliance thing, we're talking about a fine. So you're going to get a fine and you're going to get in trouble. This is the nuclear option. We're likely to engage these guys in court and take away their entire business if this goes south. So I actually think that this is a much more heavy hand. It's a bigger, instead of a jab, it's a big haymaker. You're going to see it coming on you. So I'm concerned about that, but I think we could change the sentence on number 4 and make it at least fair, at least take that out. But again, I don't know how we're going to implement it.
So you're suggesting we table this item for now and
if your guys' intent was to do this, you have the majority, but if you're willing to try to figure out a different route, then yeah, at least we can bring it back later on in the meeting or another day.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, great conversation. I think Supervisor Garamendi has a point here, is that you brought up the point staff capacity. With everything else that we're trying to engage with staff and the amount of legal staff that we have, she's not smiling. Oh, there we go. Available to us. Just how many businesses are we talking about initially that would need to be engaged at the level that we're doing here? And again, it's our ability to enforce. It isn't so much their willingness to comply. It's our ability to enforce. And laws can be useless simply because we can't get it done.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a blue law. And I certainly don't want this to run down that road and make us all look foolish in our decision. So the starting point is an important piece of this discussion. And I absolutely agree with that. But where we take it from there with these businesses that are non-compliant can be very onerous for a long time. If it goes down that way, we will, with some of them who are really going to stand on their 14th Amendment, we're going to drive them out of business. We may have them lose their business or their location completely. Where do we want to go with this? That's what we have to ponder from a county perspective, not just an individual. And I don't want to pick on an individual business, say this is the shining example of how to not do it. Right. Let's talk about how this looks from a county perspective for everyone, and what do we really want to accomplish? I guess that's the question. What do we want to accomplish? And to what degree do we want to go to get it there? There's some things like in California, I can tell you rolling stops are a lot prevalent here. You go into the Midwest, don't try it. Please don't try it. So it really depends on where we want to go and how hard we want to hit to make it get done, to get it done. So I appreciate the conversation.
And Supervisor Mills, it is confusing. I was trying to draw an analogy this morning. I think I fell that we all know that the law is you can't go rob a bank. So, if you go rob a bank, are we suddenly going to say that's really bad? Don't rob the next bank. So I don't want to forget that. And, maybe, frankly, Gary, if we just took out the last really long sentence on item 4, but then again, we could take that out and that would clear it up. But again, I don't know how that's actually going to be effective. And if what we want is people to comply, it's a very complex one. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, we can do that, or we can decide on some other language on it. But to Supervisor Mills' comments, I agree somewhat with you, but then again, the way this is written, whether you're going to shut them down or not, we won't be shutting them down. Them making their own decisions will be shutting themselves down if they go down that route. And it's no different than any other ordinance or any other law that's out there. Either you follow the law or you don't. I mean, that's not neither here nor there, like you said about robbing banks. I mean, they have the choice whether to do it or not. They can fall on their sword saying it's the 14th Amendment, I have the right or whatever. But at the same time, if they're going to lose their business over it, that's their decision. So if I was going to lose my business on a decision, I'd certainly think what the outcome would be. I have all kinds of things that I have to comply to, not just masks, in the type of business that I'm in, that could put me out of business. I could lose my contractor's license. I could do, the city can come and shut me down. The fire department could, all kinds of things could shut me down based on decisions that I make. So I don't view this as a business owner any different than any of those other restrictions that are put on me. Air quality and so forth. So we could certainly change the language. I'm open to changing the language. I'm open to tabling this, whether the majority of the board wants to do, revisiting it. While I'm sitting here thinking that last sentence, you could put verbiage into it that says if you've appeared previously 5 or more times on the list of non-compliance, then you move to step 3 or 5 or whatever. I mean, there's different language that you can put in here that covers the ones that are continuously on the list that we get. What I'm concerned about and have been concerned about and have heard is that the businesses that are complying, that are trying to follow the guidelines that they need to follow to stay open, a lot of those are starting to become on the border, and they're about to say, go rogue themselves. Nobody's doing anything about them, so why am I doing what I'm doing? It's hurting my business. So you're between a rock and a hard place here. What are you going to do? I thought that when we talked through this, that we had that in mind.
Hey, Gary, I think you got, I'm sorry, I think you got excellent points, and you're right. Thank you for the offer that we can table, that we can consider tabling this. I think we have to do something, and I support doing something. I would probably, if the option is do something or do nothing, I'll do something. But if we dropped out the final sentence in number 4, starting at business and ending at counted, that would relieve my heartburn. But like I said, I'd rather do something than nothing. So,
okay, thank
that's
you.
not a very hard line, is it?
Why don't we do this?
Mr. Stopper?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Gary.
Can we take a poll for the moment to at least table this item to later on in the meeting, say at the end of the meeting, or table it to the next meeting so we can
I don't
all
want
think about what we
I don't
would like
want
to
to
see.
table this. I mean, it's because we're
Man.
afraid to make a decision. Mr. Stopper.
I'm gonna have, even though I voiced where I stand on this issue, I agree with Ms. Callaway. Part of the issue moving forward is that we've tabled it for a long time. We need to give staff clear direction. We just heard about man hours. A lot of times those man hours sit and spin in their seats and don't get anything done because we have not given clear direction on what we want. So if it's the will of the board, do it. Give clear direction so the staff can do their jobs.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, continuing this discussion about number 4, actually number 5 was my concern. Number 5 speaks to verification of a complaint by county staff. In other words, in the past, many of the letters that were written and sent out were based upon someone calling in and voicing a concern. So we have to have a point at which we have verified it from our side, not simply because someone has called. Remember, Supervisor Tofanelli, you talked about businesses, calling in other businesses. And so someone calls in another business that is their competitor, and the next thing you know, somebody gets a letter. That's where the problem started with how we were doing it before, and why we needed a clear definition point from here. Now, whether you want to talk about multiple letters have been sent out but never verified, what do you want to do with those? Let's have that conversation. But we have to have a point of which we have actually verified the violation, so to speak, before we seek to try to bring some kind of penalty on somebody.
That's very, very well taken, sir. And I was going through that in my head, earlier while the discussion was going forward. That's a major part of the work, and I think the verification is crucial because I see some of these on the list of business complaints, and I'm just like, the only way I can portray what I'm thinking is like, really? So when the San Andreas post office is on the complaint list, every time I kind of thinking there's someone out there that doesn't like the post office. I don't know what the situation is there, but I mean, there's an example. They do need to be verified. I think Mr. Mills has a very good point. I'm not going to say anybody's going to lie, but people have perceptions, intent law. We go back to letter of the law, intent of the law. As we provide direction, I have confidence in the state, not the state. Please let me retract that last statement. I have confidence in our staff that they will get our intent and they will move forward in a direction that's probably the best as they move forward. I don't think county council wants to end up having to take people to court to take their licenses. I don't think that's a feel-good thing for anybody.
To your point, how do we shut down a post office?
The Fed's got a little over us, so I don't know.
Just a point.
I talk to my postmaster when I see them. I just go and talk to her and say, these are the complaints. And she's very cognizant of wanting to do the right thing and has done. And the federal government has mandated masks in federal post office. So, some of it can be done by us as supervisors talking to the businesses in our area. Mr. Tofanelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think that's why we had this discussion. Item number 5's in there. We went thoroughly through that conversation that we needed to verify. We can't just, previously the letters went out by somebody just complaining. If we're going to go down this road, through items 6, 7, and 8 to get to that point that we do need verification at each step, not just at the beginning, but every time there is a complaint that we need to, okay, you've gone to this level, we've got another complaint, we need to come out and verify before we go to the next level. I remember we had a long conversation about that.
Yes, and if I may, just briefly, Supervisor Topanelli, that is why we obviously had an eye to that when we drafted this to attempt to memorialize the board's prior direction. That's why, paragraph 5 or section 5 rather, upon verification of a complaint by county staff, and then the next few after verification, verified non-compliance. So, I will just say I'm certainly not comfortable with myself or any of the attorneys in my office going into court if it did unfortunately come to that on any of these cases without county staff having actually verified, witnessed, the alleged conduct or lack of compliance. We're not going off of just somebody's verbal complaint.
Mr. Mills.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. I just want to say thank you, Sarah.
Sarah, a question for number 6 is, should there be a time window?
You mean state a particular amount of time
within 3 days, in other words, we set a time window there?
So
this is an open-ended statement here.
It is. And I mean, the board certainly could do that. We can absolutely write that in. It's as you're noting, it's not written in right now. My thought, and this is my thought, and you're obviously as a board welcome to direct us to write that in. To me, it seems as though different situations might call for a different period of time, just analogizing it to public nuisances, code compliance cases in general. Sometimes we're in summary abatement situations where it's only appropriate to give somebody a very short period of time within which to come into compliance based on the public safety issues, et cetera. So I think because the complaints the county is receiving are different, the nature of the complaints can be different. It seems to me that we may have situations in which a different period of time would be appropriate, but we're certainly happy to take more specific direction on that if the board has any. I don't believe there was specific direction as to a time frame at the August 11 meeting, so it's not written in, but we can absolutely make that change.
But Sarah, number 7, we talk about a deadline.
We do. I mean, again, yes, it's not that they wouldn't have a deadline. It's that what that deadline is could in theory change depending on the nature of the business, the nature of the violation, et cetera.
Or if we're on the monitoring list or not.
Or if we're on the monitoring list. Okay.
Level of the monitoring list.
So the timeline or drop dead date, if you want to call it that, is going to be what, arbitrarily set by somebody, or is, how are we putting that in? How are we setting the date?
Well, I would certainly hope not arbitrarily, but you're right. It would not necessarily be universal. So again, if the board would like to direct us to give sort of a universal time for compliance, whatever it thinks is appropriate once that verification has occurred, we can certainly revise accordingly.
I'll let the rest of the board hash that out.
For me, I didn't support this total concept. I do not support having county council go through a civil enforcement process because we don't have the courage as a board to establish a fine system, which is similar to what other counties have done, and we have the model in our current code enforcement. This is a health issue. It's been said here at the board today, we're critical of the governor and the state and the definitions, and they don't give clear guidelines, but there are clear guidelines. For most of these businesses, there are clear guidelines. I mean, the going off the monitoring list and You know, should the gyms be open or closed, or the beauty salons be allowed to go back in or open? I understand that's sort of fuzzy. A lot of this is fuzzy. But where there are clear guidelines that the County of Calaveras has said, we will follow those guidelines. We will not have more stringent guidelines than the state. So we have already accepted those guidelines. So we're due the roadmap. We're part of the roadmap to recovery. And I just think that, I mean, I agree with Supervisor Garamendi on number 4. And yeah, we need to verify and all that. Don't have a problem with any of that. I do have a problem with it going to county council and having them initiate some civil enforcement and a cease and desist. They're already overloaded. Why don't we set up this, follow the model that we already have in code enforcement? So all we're talking about is what is the dollar amount. We're also talking about a small group of businesses. The majority of businesses in this county are doing, excuse me, doing what they should. They are following the guidelines for their particular industry. So, I mean, I don't want to put this out any further. I want a decision made. I mean, we might as well just say we're not going to do any enforcement. And if that's what my colleagues are saying, then we can take a vote on that. But I just think that we have to do something. This is going to be with us for a while. And this is not something that's going away. And the state's figuring, and it's like the governor said, or Dr. Kaleda did, trying to figure out different matrix for those businesses that went off, do the monitoring and redefining. They've done redefining of some of the guidelines. The guidelines that went into effect in March are not necessarily the same guidelines that those businesses are following today. So I would like to see some board support for dealing with those businesses that refuse to follow the guidelines for the state of California that this county has said that we will follow. It's either that or say we're not going to enforce. And if that's the case, then let's just be open about it. And Mr. Stopper.
I agree and I disagree, but there's two things that you said, Ms. Callaway. We will not have more stringent guidelines in the state. Fines is more stringent guidelines in the state. The county civil suit by county council, both options ended with the same result. County council taking it to civil suit at the end on both of them. And the final thing that you brought up, if we could take a vote to not do enforcement, I'm there.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And, you know, I feel for you on the post that you go and talk to your business directly. I did the same thing. When I had beginning of this, businesses wanted to do things that seemed very reasonable for a person to do, and it was not allowed. I had to go into their office and ask them not to do these things because we're all on the same team. And I feel like I'd be betraying them if I said, you know, your good behavior is the same as the bad behavior that other companies did. I feel like I'd be being dishonest with the people who I went in and put my personal integrity to them and said, we have to work together. Would you please not do this? And they agreed to. So I also think it's really important that we do something. And I think it's probably really important that we get 5 votes on this so we can stand together. I don't agree with a lot of this, but I'm willing to go along with it with the caveat, and maybe, Madam Chair, you want to poll the board. If we took out that last sentence, I agree with Supervisor Mills. Things need to be verified, but we have some that have been verified. Nobody's going to go after, nobody
county council is not going to let anybody write anything down that's not been verified. They're very good at their job. So I'd be willing to go along, but I would respectfully ask the board on behalf of my businesses that I've gone and spoke to take out that last sentence.
Where's the board on this? Mr. Mills, how do you feel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm probably one of them that had it in.
Pardon? Yes?
I want to leave it in.
You want to leave it in? Okay, Mr. Topanelli?
Well, I'm trying to figure what it does to number 4 if we take it out. Enforcement pursuant to this resolution shall be complaint-based, with county staff under the direction of the county administrative officer authorized to receive and verify citizens' complaints of county businesses operating in violation of state COVID-19 directives and industry guidance. And you leave it there. What does that mean?
If I may, Supervisor Tofanelli, I think that it, in terms of, grammar and does it make sense, we absolutely can take that last sentence out of number 4, and it still works. And what it would mean is just, one, that we're still working off of a complaint-based system. The enforcement actions that we take are going to be driven by those complaints that the county receives, and that we will be verifying them. The only thing I would say, and again, that sentence is in there because staff, believe that it was the direction of a majority of the board following the August 11th meeting that there would be, for lack of a better way of putting it, the slate would be wiped clean. Even if a business if we'd received complaints or even if we'd sent letters prior to adoption of this resolution, we would essentially turn a blind eye to that. Everyone starts from square one. And again, we can certainly change that. My only question for the board, so that staff does have direction, is how then should we treat those businesses which did have some prior issues or perhaps receive a letter or we had complaints, et cetera?
Yeah, because just removing that last item or sentence doesn't change anything.
You're right.
It won't change the fact that you're going to get your first, starting with number 5. We don't have any verification on those letters going out and those complaints. Although we do know there are businesses that turn their thumbs up to us. In order for this to work, by just removing that last sentence, and I'm all for it, that's fine, you want to remove the last sentence, but I'm not sure what it's going to change.
Well, I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're the one who has to implement.
From my perspective, practically speaking, and this is getting kind of into the nitty gritty, but I think what it does is that if we've already had a complaint or complaints about a business or potentially already sent a letter, once we then verify, get county staff eyes on the ground or boots on the ground, I'm mixing metaphors. Once we verified it, then we would start this process. As opposed to, the resolution passes, we wait for another complaint to come in about that entity or that business, and then do that verification process. So it cuts out needing a new or renewed complaint post adoption of this resolution. Otherwise, you're correct, because we still need to verify ourselves before taking any of these enforcement actions.
Yeah, but what you're saying is not in there. That if you already had complaints, that we're going to come out and verify it.
I think it does. And we can tweak the language to make it clearer. The way I read 5, upon verification of a complaint by county staff, we may do X. And so if we've already got that complaint, even if that complaint came, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, last week, we verify and go from there. If that complaint comes in next week, same, we verify and go from there. But we would already have those that list that we've maybe already received complaints on, and we would be then at the verification stage already.
I'm open to whatever the majority of the board wants to do here. That's fine. I just not sure, and I understand what you're saying, Counselor, but I'm not sure that's exactly what it's stating here. We can go down that road, although the very last sentence is, be it further resolved, found and ordered by the Board of Supervisors that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. So it doesn't discuss anything about any complaints prior. And so if I'm a business and you're coming in and saying I got prior complaints and we're going to apply this resolution to it, I'm not sure you can do that. It's just my question. I want to make sure that we're going down the right road and everything. We don't run into problems, I guess is what.
Right. No, I understand. I don't believe if the second sentence in 4 was taken out, I don't believe there's anything in here that's time specific as to when the complaint came in. I would feel comfortable so long as the verification and any enforcement action comes post adoption of this resolution. I would feel comfortable with that, but we could also make it more specific. We could say 5 could start off by saying upon verification of a prior or any new complaint, something like we can tweak the language.
Okay.
Mr.
You're comfortable.
In or out?
I leave it in just for the very fact that was just discussed here. The verification process is still part of it. With that said, you're starting from new. And, if it's the will of the board to vote for this, then, I think the healthiest thing is to move forward on it as soon as possible for staff's sake.
Mr. Garamendi, you're an out?
Yeah.
On this?
Obviously,
I'm out. Mr. Tuffanelli, you're the swing.
I'm the swing on whether we want the last sentence in or not. You're where?
Out.
You want it out? You want it in?
I'm having trouble with the whole thing anyway, so.
Sorry. Supervisor Stopper wants it left in and Supervisor Mills wants it left in. Do I have a quarter I could flip?
Not a good poker play, Rizzy.
I really, I see both sides of it.
I guess I want to just speak to why I want it out. I have the continual businesses. Again, I'm talking a small group that have continually been reported to public health. And I have been to all of them. And I know, and the ones in my district, I've verified, but that doesn't count. And just to say, we've had 10 complaints or 5 complaints on this business, and well, now the slate's clean. And by the time we get to civil enforcement, we're going to be next year. I don't think it's right. It's like if there were complaints yesterday, there's going to be complaints tomorrow. And I would like to at least say that if those complaints were valid yesterday, they are valid tomorrow. And we've all seen the same businesses show up on the complaint list. And to say, well, the slate's clean. Okay, we're not going to count them. I think we need to say you had issues in the past, you're not following the guidelines for your respective business. That's why we're doing some kind of enforcement. So those businesses that are doing the right thing know that we're going to try and do something about those businesses that are not, and to give them a pass is not acceptable. That's why I'm going to leave it out.
Okay, here's where I am. And thank you for your comments. Those businesses, and I have some in my area, my district too. As you can see, there was 5 on the list that just came out. Mostly all of them were in San Andreas, but they weren't continuously on the list. Although you pointed out the post office has been on there a couple of times. I think the business that you're describing, both of Garamendi and Callaway are describing, and I have in my district. It doesn't matter if you wipe the slate clean or not. You're going to have complaints. They're going to continue. So I think the best thing to do is just leave it in the way it is, and it won't make any difference in the fact that staff will still get a complaint. They'll probably get a complaint tomorrow on those businesses. So it doesn't give them a jump forward by taking it out. They're still going to have the same issues with the same businesses. So I'm for leaving it in.
Okay, is there anything else in this resolution that the board wants to discuss? Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Before I call for the vote, I'll just, while we're waiting to see if people, I am going to vote for it because at least it's something. But my feeling is that it's nothing, because I really don't want county counsel's office doing cease and desist and taking people to court. I think this board is reluctant to do the fine thing. I understand that. But this is a today issue. It's not a tomorrow issue. And we need to respect those businesses that are doing the right thing, community members that are doing the right thing. And I strongly believe we need to take something that is more a today type of code enforcement issue like we do, whether they're trucks on county road or junk or any kind of, if there's an electrical problem at a house, we do with code enforcement. We red tag buildings. But here we have a health issue. People are getting sick. I mean, I know and I'm sure some of you have people saying close down the county. You know, we've closed down natural bridges. I know people want the Forest Service to close down the rivers or the lakes, and we're doing nothing. And I'll vote for it, but I gotta. So because I think we need to be somewhat unified. Is there any other, now that I talked, just a moment. I'm waiting for public comment, Mr. Mills. No public comment. All right, Mr. Mills.
The question is for Sarah. Should there be some type of a sunset clause inserted in here, Sarah?
So as drafted, well, a couple of things. That's a good question. Logically, obviously, if the state, to the extent the state mandates or state guidelines, state orders go away, people couldn't be violating them if they don't exist, right? So it sort of automatically would sunset at that point. Similarly, the board's authority to take this action comes because, you know, we are in a local emergency situation. So if that were to end, it would, I don't know that it's necessary to put in any sort of other deadline given that we don't know. So my recommendation would be that the board can take formal action to rescind this when the emergency is over or when these orders go away.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no public comment on this. I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. Mr. Mills, you pulled this item. Did you want to move it? Oh, wait. Just a moment, Mr. Mills. Want to take a break? We're going to take a 5-minute recess. We're having technical problems. Thank you. get the meeting going again?
Hi, there's a person on the meeting named Jeff. Can you tell us which item you're on for?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Jeff. Which item are you here for?
Yeah, the Hope Street plan.
Oh, can you hear us? We can't hear you. Jeff, can you talk a little bit louder?
I heard him say the Pope Street plan.
Yeah, that's Jeff. Can you hear me?
That's
Okay.
probably Jeff Schwein.
Okay, we'll make a note of that. Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Hello.
A comment that you'd like to make on item 17?
There sure is a comment I'd like to make on item 17. Originally, I intended not to make any comments today, but this is rather important. You can hear me, correct?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Very good. The problem here is that by starting anew with the complaints, you are doing you're doing a disservice to the staff who are already had said that they were at the point of having to take action on these people that were violating the mandate, health orders. The state might look at that as a delaying tactic for you to receive the COVID funding without enforcing the COVID rules. And the public is going to look on this the same way as well. Even though I'd rather have a fine system, I think going along with this is okay as long as you take out the part that stipulates that it has to start anew, because that appears to the public and most likely to the state as a delaying tactic. And I understand the sensitivity with some of the constituents. They're great people. Everybody's trying their best. And there are other things that you're going to have to do to help them comply. But in the meantime, you have to move forward with this in a way that is not going to appear deceptive. I'd like to thank you very much. I'd like you to have a wonderful day and continue with the meeting with the verve that you've had so far. Take care. Bye-bye.
Carl Stoughton, thank you very much. Okay, we have item 17 before us, the one I pulled the board on making changes to item 5. It was 3-2 to leave it as it is. So this is the same. Is there a motion to approve item 17? Mr. Mills, you pulled this item.
Madam Chair, I will not be making the motion.
Okay, does any supervisor want to make the motion on this? You all wanted something, we'll see, here it is. That's editorial on my part, I apologize. Okay, if you don't approve it, then what we are saying is that there will be no enforcement in Calaveras County. Is that what you all are saying? Mr. Mills, that's what you're saying? Okay, there's no motion?
I will not be making the motion.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi?
I'm willing to go along with this, but, you know, I feel like I've made a commitment to the local businesses when I asked them to toe the line, and all we have to do is change that, and I'd be happy to vote for this, but I won't vote for it otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that there's no motion.
I thought you said you would support.
You did.
Now you're saying you're not.
I'm not seeing the votes come around the board. I'm certainly not going to make a motion on this.
Is there a motion? I'll see, Mr. Garamendi, would you make a second? I mean, you know all how I feel about this, but I will support all of you on this because I think we need to have something in place versus nothing in place.
That seems to be the choice we're stuck with, right?
That is the choice. This is something versus nothing.
Madam Chair, I will not leave you hanging. If you want to make a motion, I will second your motion.
All right, thank you. I will then make the motion that I can't believe I'm making a motion on something I don't even want to support, but I will make a motion that we approve item 17 as is.
And I will second that motion, even though I don't support this either, because doing something is better than doing nothing.
Okay, fine. We have a motion by Supervisor Callaway, a second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
It does not pass. So the County of Calaveras will do no enforcement. Thank you. Let's move to, this is not one of our finer days. Let's move to item 18, please, on the regular agenda. Would you like to read it, please?
Item number 18 is from planning to conduct a public hearing, find the project exempt from CEQA, and adopt an ordinance amending the zoning boundary of APN number 068-017-033 for Eric Bottomley. Authorized publication of brief description and map of reclassified property.
Mr. Mauer or Mr. Spear, who's taking the lead on this one, please?
That would be me.
Go ahead. Mr. Spear.
All right, let me share my screen here. There we go. Okay, so this is project 2020-003, a zoning amendment for Eric Bottomley. The parcel in question is located at 330 Main Street in Murphys on a relatively flat 1.4 acres on the corner of Main and Church Street. The project is a zoning amendment to realign the zoning of the parcel, which is split zoned between C1, our local commercial zone, and R1 10,000, which is single family residential with a minimum 10,000 square foot requirement for new parcels. The current zoning boundary runs through an existing single family dwelling, and the purpose of this amendment is to move the zoning boundary so all residential structures are on the portion of the parcel zoned R1. Here is an aerial view of the property. As depicted here, the current zoning boundary runs through the house. The proposed change will pull the zoning boundary to an existing wall and fence line, getting the house fully within the R1 zoned area. Any zone change must be consistent with the county general plan. The general plan land use designation for the subject parcel, shown here in the center of the screen, is historic center. The historic center designation, as described in the general plan, identifies a compatible residential and visitor serving mix of uses that preserves and protects the historic core of existing communities. Compatible zoning districts and historic center designation are R1, R2, R3, C1, and CP. Both the zones in question, C1 and R1, are compatible in this land use designation. As I mentioned a few times already, the property is split zone between C1 and R1. The R1 zone is a residential zone intended to provide land for single-family residential neighborhoods with houses on individual parcels. As such, single-family dwellings are permitted use. The C1 zone is a commercial zone, with its purpose and code being to provide for areas for small-scale retail and service businesses. A single-family dwelling is not allowed as a primary use without a conditional use permit. The purpose of the proposed amendment to the zoning boundary is to locate all currently existing residential structures on the portion of the parcel zoned R1. As you saw earlier, the current zoning boundary runs through the existing house and outbuilding. Because a single-family residence is not an allowed by right use in the C1 zone, the portion of the residence zone C1 becomes an existing non-conforming structure. Existing non-conforming structures are prevented from being enlarged, extended, reconstructed, structurally altered, or reoccupied unless land use permits are obtained or the owner is granted special permission to do so by the Planning Commission. Altering the zoning to reflect the existence of residential structures on the parcel gives the property owner greater flexibility to maintain and use his residence. The current zoning in the area is a mix of commercial and residential zones. The proposed change does not conflict with the current land use pattern in Murphys. As far as CEQA is concerned, this project is exempt pursuant to section 15305 of the CEQA guidelines. This section exempts minor alterations and land use limitations on parcels under 20% slope if the action does not result in any changes in land use or density. This zoning amendment does not result in a change in the land use as it is amending the zoning boundary to recognize the current uses that exist on the property. The more intensive commercial zone is being reduced in size, therefore the proposed amendment will not have a negative effect on the density or future uses of the parcel. On July 23rd, this project was heard before the Planning Commission at a public hearing. There were no public comments, and the Commission recommended to the board that the project be approved on a 4-0 vote. To summarize, this project is a zoning amendment to realign the zoning boundary on a split zone parcel to recognize the uses that currently exist on the property. Both zones in question are consistent with the general plan and are compatible with the surrounding area. And this project is exempt from CEQA. Oh, what happened there? My thing went away. Great. Anyway, that was the end of my presentation. So staff recommends that the board find the project exempt from CEQA, adopt an ordinance to amend the zoning boundary on the parcel, and authorize the publication of this summary, publication.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any comments or questions from the board on this project? Mr. Tuffanelli.
This is kind of strange, the whole situation here, but my first question is, I have a couple. Looking at the current zone and the situation of the structure, is that structure permitted? Does it actually have a permit? And if it does, how did it get permitted in a C1 zone?
The structure is was legally constructed. How those approvals worked in the past, I am not entirely sure, but it is a legal residence. And at this point in time, that section in the C1 area is just classified as an existing non-conforming use.
The next question I have is going to the view that shows the realignment. My question is there a space required in the code for structures between zones?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question.
Setback, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Is there a setback required for that structure between zones? Code, excuse me.
There is no setback from the zoning boundary itself. There are setbacks required between structures. Any commercial structure would be required to be on the section of the parcel that is zoned commercial, and any residential structure would require to be on the section of the parcel zoned residential. But as far as actual setbacks are concerned, the setback requirement between structures is all that I am aware of that would apply.
And I can confirm that there is no specific setback requirement between the zones on a single parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question is regarding the boundary line to the right side. We look to be bisecting some structures there as well. Am I correct in that?
Let's see here. Are you talking about the current zoning boundary or the proposed zoning boundary?
Both of them show the far right green line as bisecting, it looks to be a house.
So the current line, yes, it is bisecting the house and an outbuilding. The proposed line is following, and the aerial is a little fuzzy. It looks like it is going through a vehicle or something of that nature, but the line is following an existing wall and fence. So the proposed line is not going to be bisecting any structures.
You're on the wrong line. The far right line.
The far right line. Oh, that is an issue with the aerial overlay on our mapping program. That boundary line isn't necessarily 100% accurate. So as far as we know, that line is not going over any currently existing residences, even though it appears that way in the aerial photograph. That is the boundary line of the property, and it's most likely follows that fence line that you can see there. There's just issues with overlapping our property boundaries and the aerial imagery in the system.
So in other words, the surveyor's marks are probably not delineated properly here in relation to the actual zoning lines that you're showing.
That is correct.
Yes, Supervisor Mills, the parcel layer that's shown on our GIS system is based on the assessor's parcel maps. They are notoriously inaccurate, particularly for older town sites and things that have not had recent subdivision maps. So we have to sort of take those images with a little bit of a grain of salt. The reason why we've declared that the zone boundary will be on that fence line because we know that that is a physical thing on the ground that we can then identify. So you're right. The map, the exhibit in the packet would appear that it's going through the middle of another building, but the parcel line itself, the actual parcel line, is the fence line, and it does not bisect that building.
Thank you. I just wanted some clarity. Vallecito is the same way. I know this very well. So I just wanted to be sure that we're not misunderstanding what it is we're looking at.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other board comments on this item? Any public comments on this? Okay, hearing no public comments, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action. This is in my district and I do support this.
Madam Chair, would you like to make the motion?
No, that's fine. Mr. Mills, would you please make the motion on my behalf?
I will gladly make the motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tuffanelli. Do you have the record? Motion by Mr. Miller. Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes on a, any opposed? No. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. I'd like to move to item 19. That is also a public hearing. And Mr. Mauer or Ms. Flandreau, who's taking the lead on this, please?
Madeline will be doing this. She's just changing of the guard with Scott. Be ready in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just get this up here. Nope. Okay, good morning. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. So I'm presenting project 2019-071, which is a zoning amendment for Russell Irish. The applicant is requesting a rezone from unclassified to residential agriculture to establish a vineyard and a winery in the existing structure on the parcel. This is the location of the parcel. It's APN 021001051, which is a 10.62 acre parcel located at 9197 Green Ranch Road in Mountain Ranch. This is the county's 2018 aerial image, which shows the existing 2,400 square foot metal structure. And this area has been burned by the Butte Fire, as you can see, which destroyed the residence. This figure is shows the zoning of the area of Mountain Ranch, which is primarily unclassified, which is shown in pink. There's a large ag preserve that's directly to the southwest, shown in green, as well as general ag zone parcels to the east, shown here in peach. And I wanted to come back to the aerial so you can see the parcel sizes. They're not really clear in that previous figure. We have 5-acre parcels adjacent to the north, east, and south, and a large parcel, I believe it's 80 acres, directly adjacent to the west. The zoning, the U zone, as you know, is an interim zone that's intended to apply until a more precise zoning is adopted. The RA classification is a resource zone, which is intended to be a district where there's equal emphasis in assigned to residential and agricultural uses. And it's to provide lands for small scale and personal scale agricultural farming, ranching, as well as larger residential parcels. The subject parcel is designated in the general plan as Rural Transition B, which identifies areas of existing rural neighborhoods. The primary use is residential, but may include small agriculture / forest operations for personal or small scale commercial use with minimal potential for conflicts with more intensely developed areas. Typical activities include small farming, berry farms, vineyards, vegetable farms, chicken and egg operations, orchards, tree farms, and like small-scale commercial uses. The RA zone is a resource zone, which is found to be consistent with this land use designation. The proposed zoning is consistent with goals and policies of the general plan. Goal LU2, which is to provide a land use pattern that allows those who own, operate, or manage the productive resources in the county to maintain open space, wildlife habitat, agricultural lands, mineral resources, and forests. Also, goal LU5, which strives for the county to have a strong and diversified economic base through the creation, retention, expansion, and attraction of business, agriculture, and industry. And policy LU 5.3, which recognizes agricultural resources as a strong economic generator. An initial study and negative declaration was circulated for 30 days from June 7th to July 7th, 2020. One comment letter was received from the Department of Toxic Substances Control, which recommended the evaluation of the potential release of hazardous waste or substances. However, staff found that the uses and actions associated with the release of hazardous waste and substances will not be conducted during the establishment or the operation of the vineyard and the winery. This application was presented to the Planning Commission during a public hearing on July 23rd, 2020, during which the Planning Commission approved a motion recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt the negative declaration and approve the zoning amendment. So just to wrap things up for you guys, this is a request to rezone a 10-acre parcel from U to RA to allow for a vineyard and winery, which is consistent with the general plan, which encourages larger parcels to have agricultural uses and allowing more opportunity to use and maintain the land. The RA zone is consistent with the general plan land use designation, and the parcel meets the minimum parcel size of 5 acres for the RA zone. The surrounding parcels are designated as working lands, resource production, ag preserve, and rural transition B, which are all land use designations that are compatible with the RA zoning district. The surrounding land uses include small-scale agricultural operations as well as residential. Therefore, this zoning amendment will not conflict with the surrounding zoning and land uses. And that concludes my presentation.
Mr. Garamendi, this is in your district. Do you have any questions or comments?
No, ma'am. I'd say it's consistent with what we've been proposing. I have no objections
Okay.
or questions.
Any of the other supervisors have any questions or comments on this project? Okay, I want to remind people this is a public hearing. Are there any public comments on this? Sorry, Mr. Mills.
That's quite all right. My light's kind of hidden from view a little bit here. The question that I had was regarding this particular, on page 3 of the presentation, we're looking at all of these 5-acre parcels that are kind of in the same area. Was there at one time some type of a subdividing of these properties into 5-acre parcels, or how did that all work out that it ended up being little 5-acre parcels out in the middle of nowhere?
I did not find any evidence of a subdivision map. The assessor's maps went back to the early 70s, and there was no indication, nothing recorded.
When I look at page 5 of the presentation, and you kind of look at the upper display of all of the parcels, it's like there's all these little parcels all smattered right there in that one spot. There is another little spot off of, I can't see what the name of the road is up there. There's another bunch of little parcels like that as well. Are these parcels four-squared at this point?
Supervisor Mills, maybe I can respond to that. We have a very interesting land use pattern, particularly up in the District 2 area, the higher elevations. Up until 1972, individuals could create parcels, 4 or fewer parcels, simply by recording a deed. It is likely that this is what happened, that someone owned a 40-acre parcel, carved it up into 4 10s, and those are later subdivided into 5-acre parcels, either simply by deed or maybe parcel map later on, once the MAP Act was amended in 72 to require a parcel map for that. We didn't go back and do a lot of history on that. There are existing legal parcels, and we just have to recognize that that's what's there. Probably if they were being proposed today, you would see a much different land use pattern, and probably would not be something we would be supporting at this point. But they are existing, and we just have to sort of live with it.
And I appreciate your summary there. I think that's a very good summary to the situation. So I thank you for that, because that was my biggest question.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? Oh, it's still a public hearing. Ms. Glanville, is there anyone who wishes to comment on this project?
There's nobody waiting to talk at this moment.
Okay. Seeing that there's no public comment, I want to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for action. Mr. Garamendi, this is your area. Is there something you'd like to propose?
Thank you. And Supervisor Mills, you're correct. There was a lot of, this is just the way things used to work up there. And there's been more than one time I've regretted that the senior center's closed, because I usually used to walk over there and ask the old timers why something happened that way. Usually they just shrug and say, that's just what we did. But with no former, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Okay, and adopt the negative deck as presented.
As presented.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll
please?
second that motion, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi, second by Supervisor Tofanelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, did you want to say something?
No, I apologize. We did ask for public comment.
Yes.
I missed it. I missed it. I'm just asking.
Well, I couldn't manage the meeting without you. Thank you.
Now we're watching.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. I'd like to move to item 20. And who gets to do this, Mr. Maurer? Do I get to see Gina?
Yes.
Hi, Gina.
Hi.
Would you like to take us through this? This is also a public hearing, so I'd like to open the public hearing. Thank you. Oh, yeah, just a second. We need to read the item into the record, please.
Item number 20 is from Planning, conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution to disestablish California Land Conservation Contract Agricultural Preserve number 115 and 127, and simultaneously establish California Land Conservation Contract and Ag Preserve number 377, totaling 411.69 acres for Clifford E. and Sherry E. Overmeyer.
Okay, would you like to proceed?
Okay. As just mentioned, you have before you today California Land Conservation Contract Application Agriculture Preserve 377 for Clifford and Sherry Overmeyer, consisting of 3 assessor parcels totaling 411 acres of land located on the west end of the county, south of the Milton Road and Rock Creek Road intersection. This land has been in agriculture production since about 1971, when Harriet Stanway Sims entered into contract 115 with the county. Then in 1972, WL and AF Ripley entered into contract 127. Qualifying income at that time from was cattle production as well as an apiary, reported exceeding minimum $2,000 annual income. Proposed is the Overmeyer's ag operation consists of grazing 41 head of cattle, estimated gross annual income of $20,000. Property improvements currently exist are windmill with water storage tanks, boundary and cross fencing. The Overmeyers have future improvement plans to include additional cross fencing and further improvement of the water development on site. There is moderate to high groundwater potential in this area. Tributaries to the Rock Creek traverse the property, feeding a stock pond and a reservoir which provide water for the cattle operation. CAL FIRE identifies this property as a moderate fire hazard area. The property is currently designated resource production, which identifies lands capable of and primarily used for agriculture operations, timber production, and mineral resource. This designation includes critical habitat areas, agriculture preserves, timber production, and the AP zone is found compatible with the land use designation of resource production. The AP zone is to protect and preserve lands for intensive agriculture and ranching production, and specifically identifies lands currently under the Williamson Act. Board of Supervisors Resolution 75-489, establishing uniform rules for administration of agriculture preserves in Calaveras County, requires an agriculture preserve to be no less than 100 acres. Provided that in order to meet the 100-acre requirement, 2 or more parcels may be combined if said parcels are contiguous and in common ownership, which is this scenario. So in conclusion, history demonstrates that the land is capable of sustaining viable agriculture production. Proposed ag operation meets the minimum income from production necessary to be eligible for the ag preserve. Grazing cattle, in addition to the use of best management practices, maintains an optimum grazing land to reduce flammable vegetation. The conservation easement will limit residential development and thus minimizing exposure to people and structures from the risk of wildfires. And cumulatively, 3 parcels totaling 411.69 acres meets the minimum 100-acre requirement to qualify the land for the agriculture preserve. And the agriculture preserve is consistent with the goals and policies of our general plan. And finally, the application is supported by our agricultural commissioner, and your appointed agriculture advisory committee voted 5-0, recommending you disestablish the existing contracts 115 and 127, establishing the new contract 377 for Clifford and Sherry Overmeyer. Any questions?
No. Are there any questions? Mr. Mills, do you have any questions on this?
I have no light on.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments on this item? Gary, you keep looking at Ben. Is he supposed to make some comments? Oh. Yeah. I couldn't understand what you kept pointing. I know, but.
I was just wondering, I do have a question since we're waiting for public comment. Was this property affected by the fire, the salt fire?
The recent fire just a couple weeks ago? I don't believe so. No, I don't think it was in that area.
Okay. 2 years ago it was.
Yeah, there was a fire there.
2 years ago it was affected.
Yes. Not that that has bearing on. No, just curious. I understand.
And CAL FIRE cited the guy that started the fire because he was doing land clearing. It struck a rock. That was $780,000 of costs that he was cited for. I have a copy of it in my car. So you could be doing
you could be proactive fuel
brush clearing, right, and still get caught.
I just want to know why he has it in his car.
I did too.
Fuel for the fire later.
Are there any public comments on this? No. Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Mr. Stopper.
These types of land use are healthy for the area. I support this. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. Mr. Tuffanelli, item 21, did you want to wait and do that after lunch? I wasn't.
We've got like 7 minutes. We got like 7 minutes. I think we probably get through this in 7 minutes. There's not a whole lot. Yeah.
Got it. Yes, please.
Item 21 is from Planning to adopt a resolution finding that the San Andreas Pope Street Safe Routes to School Gap Fill Plan is exempt from CEQA and accepting said plan.
Yes. This is not a public hearing, just for the record. Okay, Ms. Kasten.
Okay, so 12 months ago, the Calaveras Council of Governments, in a collaborative effort with the county, commenced the process of developing the San Andreas Pope Street Safe Routes to Schools Gap Fill Plan. The plan was funded through the Calaveras Planning Grant awarded to the county and COG by Caltrans, excuse me. The focus of the study was a feasibility of a multi-use path along Pope Street and Lewis Avenue, connecting Mountain Ranch Road and Main Street. The plan also addressed additionally connectivity throughout the neighborhood and to the elementary school. COG hired Green Dot Transportation Solutions, who facilitated the process and developed the technical studies and the final report. So allow me to introduce to you Jeff Schwain with Green Dot, the project manager, who will now provide you with an overview of the study for your consideration.
Great. Thank you very much. Can people hear me okay?
No, not really. Could you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah, you bet. How about now?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, my name is Jeff Schwein. I've been working with the Calaveras Council of Governments on this project, as well as our county and other stakeholders involved. I just want to do a quick presentation on this this final plan, and this is up for your approval today. Certainly, I'll recognize that we have about 5 minutes because it was a 7-minute call before lunch, so I'll be conscious of that.
Oh, thank you. Take your time, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So, yeah, this was a Caltrans planning grant to improve walking and biking around the San Andreas Elementary School, as well as the communities that are connected between Mountain Ranch Road and up Pope Street and a few other streets along there, Lewis Avenue, California Street, and Main Street. The goal of this project is to improve safety and convenience and comfort for walkers and bikers. This doesn't necessarily mean that it excludes things like motorized wheelchairs or wheelchairs. You know, it includes those things as well. So I'm going to go to the existing conditions. You guys have all been along Pope Street and those streets in that neighborhood. They're really poorly ready for bicycles and walkers or people with mobility devices. Narrow shoulders, uneven terrain. So this basically shows kind of the project area. And we did quite a bit of community outreach. We had pretty good attendance at our meetings. We went door to door and talked to people in the neighborhood about what the project could be, what their issues were that they see with the area. We had surveys, we had a website. We got a really, we feel like it was a really robust response from the community. As professionals, we come in, we talk to the community, and then we make our analysis and figure out what would work best. We proposed a couple of alternatives, and what was landed on, and sort of the consensus was to have what we call a Class 1 path, which is basically a recreational trail. It would be a 8 to 10 foot path on one side of the road, on the north side of Pope Street, and then along the other streets you can see here in your in the exhibit. The intersections would have improvements as well to allow for Americans with disabilities access, to allow for safe navigation for vehicles as well as for pedestrians, students, bikers through those intersections. This is what we call a cross section. It's basically looking down the roadway. You can see we are recommending 10-foot travel lanes in each direction, and then the multi-use says 6 to 8 here. That might be in an area that's constrained, but certainly this is separated path, separated from the high-speed vehicles that are moving down the roadway. Also, what we heard from the community was that they didn't like the speeds of the vehicles going down Pope Street. So the goal here as well is to create a more kind of constrained feeling for the vehicles and some traffic calming, which means that they would just logically drive slower down the roadway with the improvements that we recommended. So there is one major funding source for bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure projects in the state of California. It's called the Active Transportation Program. Right now there's a call for projects out. That was sort of the impetus for our timing and schedule of this planning document, was to get done so we were prepared to submit applications for the Active Transportation Program. There's $440 million of funding available for bicycle and pedestrian projects, and this money would not be available for paving streets or doing other roadway projects. I just want to make that clear that this is extra money specifically for bicycle and pedestrian projects. If the communities don't take advantage of it, don't want to put in applications for it, then somebody else will use it for those purposes. So that's the plan. It is before you. Hopefully you've all had a chance to sort of browse through it and take a look. We feel like the improvements along Pope Street and in San Andreas, connecting businesses, connecting residences, connecting recreational opportunities would really be improved with this project. And I think it's a really strong application for funding. And I hope to see a successful project application and award of funding and the actual construction. I mean, planning projects are great. I like them, but really what we want to see is a community with an infrastructure project and in use by cyclists, by students getting to school, and by general community at large. So that's the presentation. Certainly here for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwinn. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Mills?
Now, I know that this has been a long time in coming and sitting on COG, and I'm sure Supervisor Topanello would agree that it's good to see it in this position right now and that the funding could potentially be available for it. So I'm fully in support of it. I don't have any questions. We've reviewed this multiple times. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I do have to say, I thought it was a well-done study. It was pretty impressive. I learned things about the community in that location I don't think I knew before. It was pretty impressive having seen many transportation studies. Mr. Tuffman, did you want to say anything before I go to public comments?
Yeah, I just want to thank Steve, Amber, and Josh, and everybody involved in this whole project. Again, this was another grant that we applied for about the same time as we did the Valley Springs Elementary School grant. Pope Street, as you know, if you've ever been down, is pretty narrow. It's been torn up here lately. Kids walk that route to school. It's been pretty dangerous. So at the same time we applied for this one, the Valley Springs, and both come together. You know, the Valley Springs was just before us about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So I'm completely support this. And the funding, it's just the timing is just working out to where the funding is coming available. So I can't wait to see this thing go forward.
Are there any did you have something to say? Are there any public comments on this project? Yeah. Okay, I want to close public comment on this item, bring it back to the board. Mr. Tuffanelli, this is in your district.
Madam Chair, I moved this item.
Motion by Supervisor Tuffanelli,
Madam Chair, I will second this item.
second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you. And we will take a recess until 1:30. We're going to be doing item 22, and if the clerk to the board will read it out. If any public have anything they'd like to comment on this item, please go ahead and sort of call in. And when we finish going through the item, then we'll make sure that we can get to you and get any public comment. Thank you. Go ahead.
Item 22 is from Planning to adopt a resolution establishing a definition of farmland of local importance for Calaveras County for the purpose of mapping farmland under the California Department of Conservation Farmland Mapping and Monitoring Program.
Okay. Mr. Maurer?
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer, Planning Department. Hope everyone had a good lunch. So this is one of the or actually two of the implementation measures from the resource production element. We are to work with the Department of Conservation to get the mapping done. This has been going on now for about a year. The Natural Resources Conservation Service finally updated the soils maps, which enabled the California Department of Conservation to start the mapping program. We've been working together with Tuolumne County to go over the maps. We recently received information from DOC that there are a handful of soil types that meet the criteria for prime soils, prime agricultural soils, and farmland of statewide importance for the two counties. So this proposal before you is to determine whether or not you want to add a definition of farmland of local importance that would be included in the mapping. I want to make sure that you're aware that this mapping is for monitoring purposes only on a statewide basis to look at, farmland, how it's is it being conserved, is it being used up. There is no sort of mandatory enforcement requirements that the state would impose on us, although we have identified it as an important tool that we can use in our general plan for looking at the loss of farmland and CEQA documents in the future. So I worked with Mike Boitano and the members of the Ag Committee to develop the proposed language. Essentially, it's farmland that doesn't meet any of the other statewide criteria that is in cultivation. And so we're recommending that you adopt this resolution. We can then send it off to Department of Conservation, and they would then include that in their mapping program. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions, Mr. Maurer? Mr. Maurer, if this is part of the general plan implementation measure, does that just preclude us from just saying we don't want to participate? What is the impact on the general plan?
So participating in the farmland mapping program is a measure that we identified in two of the implementation programs. We have the option of including farmland of local importance in the mapping that the state does. As I noted in my report to you, there's about 47 different counties that participate in this program. And of those, all but 8 have created their definition of farmland of local importance. So this just provides us with a tool and understanding of what, how we're doing on farmland and protecting farmland over time.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Peter, each one of those statements, whether it be prime, state, or local importance, has a definition already in place, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I know that we haven't been on any maps in the past. What value would having farmland of local importance or unique farmland bring to our general plan?
Again, it's just basically it's a tool that we can use to monitor the potential loss of farmland in the future, so that when we make decisions, we know what the effect might be. Again, there are no regulatory requirements for this program. It's informational. The Ag Committee felt it was important to include other farmland that didn't get captured by those other criteria, the prime, unique, or statewide importance.
So the DOC actually uses soil quality and soil studies to determine whether or not a particular piece of ground is meeting the criteria?
They look at a number of different factors. Prime and statewide are based primarily on the soil type, but also whether or not it's under irrigation, whether it's actually in production. They use a variety of tools, including the GIS layers from the Soil Conservation Service, as well as aerial imagery to show, okay, these are crops in orchard or irrigated pasture, those kinds of things.
Local importance definition is fairly common throughout the United States. The unique part of it, is that something that we absolutely have to have?
So the unique farmland is something that's already defined by the state. And frankly, I'm not sure what that definition off the top of my head. It doesn't appear that we have any that meet the state criteria for unique farmland.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does this mean timber preserves would be part of that?
I don't believe that timber preserve, that's a separate program, and I don't believe it's mapped under this program.
Okay. I wasn't clear from the report how much land we were talking about. I mean, these would be like our conservation easements.
So we don't really know because it hasn't been mapped yet. Providing this definition would give the Department of Conservation the information that they need to conclude the mapping process. Okay. So they would look at this definition that we've created, and essentially they've mapped out all of the other productive farmland. And now they're saying, okay, what else does the county want to know and want to see on these maps? And so we will get, an indication of how much land we have in production and its quality through this mapping program, which should be wrapped up by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Tuffanelli.
Yeah, Peter, when you mentioned the reason that you didn't think timberlands or timber production lands were included because they were separate, El Dorado County specifically excludes timberlands. At the very bottom of theirs, it says timberlands are excluded. Is that something that possibly we need to add?
I don't know that it's necessary. We can certainly add that if you feel it's appropriate.
Well, they excluded for some reason. They put it in there, and I'm not sure why, and never asked why, but they specifically do for some reason, and I'm not sure if they had some thing that we're not aware of that they specifically excluded it. So.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question. I did work for El Dorado County for a number of years. I don't remember that coming up during that time. So unfortunately, I don't have the answer to that.
Maybe Mr. Boitano can address that.
Can you hear me? I'm having trouble.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. To answer the question about the timber, that's mapped separately. It has nothing to do with this program. It's accounted for in different ways throughout the state. I mean, from the state's point of view, we don't have to do anything special with it. I feel very confident that we're headed down the right road here with this statement. Some counties just throw that stuff in. It's kind of objective as if what you want to do. We could, like Peter said, we can put it in there, but I don't see any actual need for doing that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boitano. Are there any other questions or comments from the board on this item? Are there any public comments? Okay. This doesn't seem to mandate anything on our part or doesn't seem to have a deleterious effect on anything that we're doing. It's more information on the statements.
While we're waiting, yes, this is just providing us a baseline. Mr. Boitano, are we going to also be looking at separating out irrigatable or irrigated lands versus non-irrigated, so that if it is a soil that is capable of producing with irrigation, it would be mapped differently?
Not to my knowledge at this time. Talking with the state the other day, they said that it would be, basically mapped. Oh God, I forgot the exact word they used, but that it would be taken care of in the way they do business. So the way it be mapped. So at this point, I don't think we need to. We can always revisit it later if we want.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no public comments. There's no public comments. I'll ask the board for a motion on this item.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Garamendi.
Second.
A second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you, Mr. Boitano.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Peter.
you, board. Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. I'd like to move to item 23, presentation, economic and community development. Would you like to just read it for the record, please? Thank you.
Item 23 is from Economic and Community Development to receive a semi-annual presentation from the Calaveras County Economic and Community Development Department regarding activities for the last 2 quarters of fiscal year 2019 through 2020.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Board. Kathy Galino, your Economic and Community Development Director. And I'm here to give you an update for the last 2 quarters of fiscal year 19 and 20 and let you know some exciting things that are going on. So in the board report, there were a couple of things I wanted to point out and be as concise as possible because I know time is, is valuable. During the 3rd quarter, which started very strong before the COVID pandemic, obviously after March 24th, everything changed. We found that during the 3rd quarter, we also had started the Columbia College Calaveras satellite campus at the Office of Education, which was a great project. And there were some students that participated in that program until we had the stay-at-home order. But what was interesting between the 3rd and the 4th quarter was that businesses kept calling, businesses kept growing, businesses adapted and changed the way that they were doing business, in part due to the outreach that the county, the chamber, the city, public health, and we all pulled together to really help our businesses out during this very difficult time. On March 24th, as you know, the world changed, and by the end of May, I had ended up working with as many as 420 businesses or citizens when I was working at the call center. So the other thing that was really interesting between the 3rd and 4th quarter was our online presence, whether it was through social media or through our video programs that we did with the chamber, where we unpacked the state's guidance on the roadmap to resiliency. And we had over 7,000 participants, hits to the websites, hits to our videos, and really shared that information. And I really want to do a shout out to our public health, our Health and Human Services, Kristen Stranger, who was fabulous, our Chamber of Commerce, Morgan Gache, our Visitors Bureau, Martin Hubbardy, and Environmental Health. They played a huge part, as well as the City of Angels Camp. We worked very well together. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start the presentation, and I hope I can share screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. So let's see if I can do that. So one of the things that I just want to touch on is the mission. My primary role is to retain and grow businesses and bring new businesses to Calaveras. I do this by enhancing the economic vitality and sustainability of our communities through various means, whether it's collaborating with other organizations and entities, whether it's writing grants, which I've been very busy at, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. But really encouraging a diverse array of businesses, not just retail, but manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, which is one of our #1 economic drivers here in Calaveras County. And then preserving that balance and maintaining that balance between our rural beauty, our natural resources, and having a thriving economy. So my goals. This is just a quick reference, and it's a reminder of some of the things that I do besides connecting businesses to the resources they need, the permits they may need to get. It's identifying resources, and what I'm finding now post-COVID March 24th is that our businesses need access to capital. They need access to money. So trying to bring that to them is something that is key for me, as well as giving them educational opportunities. Some of the challenges with trying to get funding, or some of the challenges with trying to be in compliance with the state's guidance, can be very frustrating, and they need someone to talk to. They don't have a bunch of employees that can do this for them, or oftentimes they're just they're mom and pop owners, and they just don't have the resources. So I'm going to skip forward. So one of the #1 things that I work on is business outreach and education. We have the website, which has been utilized very well. When I get the statistical data from IT services, it's pretty amazing to see how many people actually get on the website for more than just 1 second. They actually stay on there and they research and look around, and oftentimes I'll get a phone call from that, which is great. We have the Facebook page. We also do direct outreach to domestic and international industries. Through the governor's office, I do get leads on international businesses that are looking for specific requirements, and I have thrown our hat in the ring for some of those, especially if they have to do with natural resources, whether it's tree mortality projects, biofuels, biomass. There's some great opportunities to actually have a public-private partnership. Working with developers and property brokers on getting housing that we need, and also working on the virtual participation of Roundtable. So that was a great project that, again, we did with the Chamber, the city, public health, environmental health, Health and Human Services, to actually help businesses get the information they need. The virtual world of Zoom, WebEx, and FaceTime is kind of the way of the future. And also I want to share, if you can see on the right side of the screen, there's the Rethink, Reopen, Rebound. This was a project that the Chamber did with us on providing them all the resources, whether it's developing your inspection plan, your PPE purchasing opportunities. It's great information, and it is on the Chamber's website. The Chamber also did a bunch of check-ins with businesses where we worked together to call businesses to see how things were going, to see how we could help. We didn't wait for them to contact us. We went out to them. And then surveys. We also wanted to find out, especially during the COVID EIDL loans and payment protection plan or payment protection program loans, the PPP. Were businesses in Calaveras County getting those resources that they needed? Were they put in a queue and never to be returned back to? We found that through a lot of the surveys, about 70% of the businesses that had applied for those loans did not receive them, or they received just a fraction of the payment protection program, which wasn't enough to sustain them for months. So we developed the Business Resiliency and Recovery Program that was going to be evolving here, hopefully, with the help of some grants. And we also promoted the Shop Local Calaveras campaign, which is shopcalaveras.net. If you haven't been to the website, please check it out. So another part of my role is to do pre-application technical meetings with businesses. I do this with our department heads, Peter Maurer, Doug Oliver, Joshua Pack. This really helps applicants when they're starting a project or have a project that they want to start, kind of get their ducks in a row, and the expectations can be laid out. We also can determine where new or expanding business opportunities are. So if we find a need and we have a business that's looking for something particular, we can help partner with them. Well, not partner with them, but we can help provide them with where the appropriate uses may be for that business venture, providing them with the resources they need, even if it's a business plan or if it's funding opportunities, site selection, workforce, utilities. There's a lot that goes into a selection of a property. We also assist in implementation of the general plan. We were just talking about this a little bit earlier, and working with Peter on some of the infill options or opportunities that we may have, and also on doing some community outreach for our zoning amendments. And then one of the other projects that I have is looking at our county surplus property and looking for opportunities where we may be able to partner with a developer on doing some development in the future. So developing, and this by far has been my largest effort and my focus for the last 6 months, is to promote business incentives and access to capital. Again and again, I hear from businesses, we can't do this, we have no funding, I can't keep my employees employed. So there are several grants that I've been working on. The first one that you approved, I believe back in March or April, actually might have been May, sorry, was the Micro Enterprise Business Revolving Loan Program. We are in the final phases, hopefully, of getting approval for that by the state. And that program is a $250,000 grant that will be broken up into direct loans for businesses of up to $50,000. The second grant application was again through the Community Development Block Grant, or what we call CDBG, which was another revolving loan program of up to $500,000, or the grant for us is $500,000, and we would be doing loans greater than $50,000 for businesses that requested that and went through the vetting process and loan underwriting. The third one, which you approved this morning, and I have to apologize because this actually got changed from the time that I uploaded the presentation, and actually just changed today, which is the coronavirus one funding, which is going to be the virtual tutoring program that you approved as item number 6 today. Very, very excited about this program. And that actually ended up being awarded to me from Health and Human Services Agency, because HHSA is our Community Development Block Grant Agency. So I'm kind of a sub-recipient underneath HHSA. And after doing a call to projects and vetting this project for the virtual tutoring, HHSA and the community group elected to give me the entire grant funding of it's a little over $173,000 that I'll be using for the virtual tutoring program. The next one I have is, and this is corrected too, I need to correct this one, this just changed today. This is the Economic Development Administration Grant Program. My original ask was for $680,000 to do a business resiliency recovery program where we would take the Calaveras Business Resource Center and take it to a 2.0 level, where we would be working on doing strong online presence for our businesses, working with them to develop subscription boxes, doing virtual virtual training, also doing an academy of excellence for our entrepreneurs in Calaveras County. Working with the CVB, we would also have a program by which we would be doing videos and training and marketing opportunities so that businesses in Calaveras County could really step forward and have an online presence and marketing strategy. Let me see. And then there's the 5-county rural broadband plan. This is the 5-county project that is with Mariposa, Tuolumne, Amador, and Alpine and Calaveras to actually develop a guide, a plan for each county specific. And this again is through the Economic Development Administration grant program that we are working on with the 5 counties through Central Sierra. So at this point, we're looking at almost $2 million in grant apps that I have submitted. I feel very comfortable that at least 3 or 4 of them will come back, maybe not to the full value that I've asked, but things are looking very positive. So some other grants that you're aware of, obviously the Census 2020. Good news on Census 2020, we're at 47.8% of response rate, which is higher than we were in 2010 at only, I think it was 4.5% or 45%. And we still have up until the end of September. So our numbers are looking very good on response for that. We have the PG&E Economic Development Grant Award of $4,000 that was received. And then these are a couple of other grant projects that I'm working on. So through our Parks and Rec Commission, we're looking at the Per Capita Parks Program. It's a $400,000 grant. However, there is a 25% match. So I'm working with our commissioners to do in-kind calculations for their time. It's a 2-year grant, it's a 3-year grant. So developing that criteria and application and helping the commission move that project or move those projects forward. It looks like they will be doing a call for projects toward the end of this year, where the commissioners will go out to their various communities and solicit input for projects to be selected for the Parks and Recreation Per Capita Grant. There's some other grants I've been looking at, but obviously I'm kind of a little bit thin. So, but historic preservation, again, that's kind of a personal and it's a personal thing to me, wanting to preserve our historic districts. And then there's various other programs that we have, whether it's PG&E incentive rate for manufacturers who site in Calaveras County, the RMDZ program, which is the Recycling Market Development Program. Very excited about that because actually today, as we're sitting here right now, there is a small business in Calaveras County that did apply to that program. They're going before the state's board, which is the Cal Recycle board today, to determine whether he's going to get a grant, or pardon me, a loan to open up a business here in Calaveras County where he will be taking waste and tree waste and bark and remanufacturing that into compost and also into mulch. So it'll be the first RMDZ project that we have in Calaveras County. So I'm kind of excited, waiting to hear how that goes with the state. And all the incentives that we provide are on the county website, at the Economic Development website on the county's main page. Just click the incentives tab and there's a lot of information there. So attract businesses with good paying jobs. So, and I know that good paying jobs is a relative term. It's a subjective term. And if you look at a lot of the data, a living wage and a good wage are supposed to be the same thing, but they're not. It depends on where you are, how many dependents you may have, whether there's housing available. But one of the biggest things that I find is that even with a $12 minimum wage, that most folks can't live on that. It's really hard to find a place to live on $12 an hour when you have bills to pay, and especially if you may be a single parent. So looking for good paying jobs would be something that would be obviously above minimum wage, that would be a living wage where people could afford to live. And in doing that, I work with our workforce development, our mother-lode job training folks, working with education and outreach, whether it's through our schools, through our colleges, to really have a skilled workforce and also have housing available. And the housing is a big component. And I know that Kristen Stranger from HHSA has had projects she's tried to move forward for having workforce housing. And I think it's something that the county really, really needs to take seriously, because we really don't want people working here but living outside of Calaveras County. Because in the long term, they'll probably find a job outside of Calaveras County where they live. We want folks to live here. And so, as one of my grant asks, one of the things that I'm looking at for having skilled workforce, because that's like one of the #1 complaints that we get from businesses, is that they can't find workforce. They can't find skilled workforce. And so one of the things I'm looking at under the Economic Development Adjustment Grant is doing a feasibility study to identify a public-private partnership where we could put in a trade school. We would have a trade school that would also provide hospitality certifications, as hospitality and tourism is one of our bigger industries here. It'd be a great project to do and to actually have a trade school here. One of the other projects of that grant is a second feasibility study to look at the development of a convention center, including something like a Central Sierra Tech Hub. I could really see that some point in the central part of our county, maybe towards the west edge, where we could actually bring business and development. And I don't really mean development in that regard. I actually mean more like a technology hub, bringing technology out of the valley up towards Calaveras. Even if it's a Sierra hub. There's a lot of opportunity there and a lot of interest there. So with all these things together, this is one of the reasons that I work a lot with mother-lode job training, our workforce initiatives, our schools, health and human services, and really providing those workshops and trainings in collaboration with the chamber, who has been and the Visitors Bureau, they've been just wonderful to work with. So creating and strengthening the relationships and the partnerships that I have, this really goes without saying. I'm very blessed to work with some of the most outstanding people, both in the county as county employees, and also those organizations and groups that are not part of the county family, but are part of Calaveras family. And also in a regional approach, whether it's working with Amador County or Tuolumne, Mariposa, Alpine. There's some great partnerships, and that's what I think really brings business, when they see that there's partnership, where there's collaboration, when we work well together, when we speak well together, and also with many other organizations. I just got an email from Amber at the COGS. So, and working with our districts, our fire districts, our historical societies, utility providers, and federal and state agencies. We share a common vision, and that's to promote Calaveras County in a safe and sustainable way. And I want to thank them for their continued support. They've been wonderful to work with. So here's my three-legged stool again. I always bring this puppy up. So to continue in a positive flow and move forward, we need to have three things that support this stool, which is we need to have business development support, we need to have a skilled workforce, and we need to have housing for employees that's here local in Calaveras. Some other things I've worked on are the county property lease renewals and agreements, helping out my other county agencies, whether it's probation, library, working with our community groups and organizations. And so I will break it down, the business by the numbers. So during these last 6 months, or up until July 30th or June 30th, I provided assistance to 65 new businesses, 19 existing, and 4 that were expanding. That equals about 90, or a potential for up to 90 jobs. I did 13 education and outreach webinar events reaching over 7,000 individuals with the partnerships that I mentioned earlier. 7 grant applications, 2 that were awarded, 9 workforce development opportunities, and the new Columbia College Satellite Center at the Calaveras County Office of Education. I'm continuing my support of housing projects, and especially for those that are workforce or multifamily housing. And then direct marketing outreach to 3 commercial companies that were out of the Central Valley and 1 out of the Bay Area, and 1 international. So what does the future hold? Boy, I wish we all knew. So what's coming up in the future is we're going to be developing, and this is through the Central Sierra Economic Development District. We have a grant that's going in this week for developing a comprehensive economic development strategy. It will be for all 5 counties, but there will be a Calaveras specific component to that. We're going to instill resiliency and recovery in each business interaction, whether it's COVID-19, it's PSPS, it's a business starting up, it's a business expanding. We want to make sure that we bring that in right at the beginning when we have these conversations with our businesses. I'm going to continue attracting, retaining, and growing businesses in our county. And I'm going to look at increasing revenue and investment by looking at our county surplus property. I hope to have these revolving loan programs so that we can get capital into businesses' hands and not have them wait for a bank to get back to them. I'm also working with Barbara Sullivan and Kathy Gomes on revising our business license ordinance and also improving county connectivity through the broadband plan. We know that internet connectivity is a huge, huge issue, not just from an economic development standpoint, but from a community safety standpoint. So I'm very, very excited about doing the broadband plan. Creating historic preservation districts. I know I had spoken to our historians about doing a pilot project in San Andreas. That's kind of been put on hold right now, but I suspect that at some point in the future that will be getting dusted off and moving forward again. And then standardizing county leases and agreements so that we get our best bang for our buck. And I believe, just a couple other statistics. So I just received data from the Central Sierra Economic Development District on, because one of the questions I've gotten is, well, so how many businesses have closed? How many jobs have we lost? And our numbers, although were bleak, have gone back up as far as unemployment. I believe that we're at 9.2% unemployment today, which I just received. But when I put this report together, we had about 27% of our businesses closed as a result of COVID-19. That equals 1,900 jobs. That equals over 900 businesses. And when I looked at Dun & Bradstreet, I was wondering just exactly how many businesses do we have in Calaveras County? Well, believe it or not, we have over 3,400 businesses, according to Dun & Bradstreet. So when you talk about 27% of businesses closing as a result of COVID, that's a significant number. So I'm happy to see that those numbers are coming back, that businesses are reopening, that some businesses that did close are reopening with new ownership. So that's very exciting as well. And I think that's it. Are there any questions?
Do any of the board members, Mr. Tafanelli?
Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
Good job. Thank you so much for this presentation. You mentioned, first, I guess I'll go back to your Action 4 screen, where you spoke about the recycling market development zone and a possible recycler of forest products coming into the county that you spoke with. Where exactly is this development zone you proposed, or is there a proposal out there for this? Is this off Paloma Road?
It is not along Paloma Road at this point. It's actually in District 4. That's where the business is housed. That may not be where they end up doing the expansion. Can you see the slide?
Well, I have the slide off my computer in front of me.
Okay.
for, if that's the one you're talking about.
Yeah. So when I started here in 2018, we did the RMDZ where we made the Recycling Market Development Zone all of unincorporated Calaveras County. So this program, this loan program, which offers up to $2 million in a business startup loan that is at about 2.5% interest, which is a really attractive rate. It's for any business that starts up in any part of the unincorporated Calaveras County.
Okay. The other question I have is the last part of your presentation, you brought up about 900 businesses closed from COVID-19. That 900, is that they closed and they did not reopen, they're permanently closed? Or did they close and then reopen when the county was able to reopen up and then close again recently because of us being put on the list?
That's a very good question. So that data was collected when they were originally closed before we were on the monitoring list. Yes, some businesses did reopen and have now had to close again or modify operations. So again, that was a snapshot in time. It's about 30, that information is about 30 days old. So, and it's not that they closed forever. We won't know that in some cases until probably next year. Some businesses just opted to close and not reopen even when they could reopen. Some businesses wanted to try and stay open during the COVID process, and some businesses decided to close permanently. But my personal knowledge of those that closed permanently, I only talked to 2 businesses that did that. Most of them were still either deciding to be open with a modified operation, or they just weren't ready to open back up. So I hope that answers the question.
You did. Thank you.
Mr. Stopper?
A couple things, and thank you for bringing up the recycling market development zone. Kathy, we had a meeting with Central Sierra Economic Development District this last week. Our partners in Tuolumne County are putting forward a few things. This kind of goes hand in hand with, it's mulching and other things that you discussed, but it kind of goes hand in hand with our forestry products and where they go and what processes that they get run through as they move forward. I think I'll wait to bring this up till the end of the meeting, just because I'm not sure exactly if this square peg fits in the round hole right now. But I want to pull the board later in the meeting on something. Just support for Tuolumne County as we're moving forward. Let's go back to actions number 3. You brought up the coronavirus returning workforce incentive and business recovery efforts, 60,000 grant request. That one's more now, you said it's up to 173. And you were talking about it being used for satellite tutoring services. How's this being facilitated?
That is correct. So it was actually item number 6 in your board package today that went on consent.
Right.
So one of the things that came up, I actually had a community member that came to me and said, really frustrated, we're going to be doing distance learning. I know some teachers that work for our school district that are like, gosh, I don't know how I'm going to get through this. I'm doing a complete 100% distance learning. And I thought, it would be really a great idea for us to have these virtual tutoring centers. And if we get off the monitoring list and we're able to do in-person tutoring, having 3 locations throughout the county where students can come. And it's open to all students. It's for any students, ages K through 12th grade. Calaveras County, doesn't matter what school district you're in or what school you go to, this is available to all students. And so I actually, the honest truth is, when I did this original presentation, I was going to try and do something for a business recovery where we could do like forgivable loans or forgivable grants or grants for businesses for PPE, for modifying their business practices. When I talked to CDBG folks about that grant idea, they were like, nah. Then I tried doing a couple other things, but when I hit this one, this particular idea, the state loved it. Of course, I reached out to Kristen Stranger, talked to Judy Hawkins from our HR, because we're trying to do this education hub for our, essential workers and our county employees. And this just seemed like it was a great plug-in. I talked to Scott Nanick and Mark Campbell. They loved the idea and were supportive. And I just ran with it.
Okay. Thank you. The last thing, packet page 509, the future, improve broadband. This has been a subject that's been brought up quite a bit recently inside the board chambers on need. It's been a need for quite some time. Not to mention, I think that I'll elaborate on that when we get to our board goals later in the meeting. Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mills?
Yes. Thank you, Chair. Kathy, we're doing something in Calaveras County very different than the 08-09 drop in the bucket. And that is, you're finding that there is more work or more things to do out there than there is people to do it. And you're probably finding that the grant opportunities are at times daunting or overwhelming just because there's so many of them, and which ones do we want to take on? It's a very unique position and time. We should be very thankful that we have you and an economic development strategy already developed, because that helps gives us the resiliency that we need going into what I call post-COVID situation. So thank you for putting all of this together. I liken it to the cat in the room full of rocking chairs, what you're trying to do. But there are priorities, and it's just a matter of which ones can we get done and which ones do we just need to put off to a future time. So I'm sure that you'll work it through, but this is a very, very good summary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Columbia College has been working on a trade school as part of their curriculum and trade classes. I was over there whenever this year sometime. How is what you're doing on wanting a trade school in this county, which has been talked about for innumerable years? Are we not conflicting with something that might already be happening through Columbia College? So that's, go ahead.
Did you want me to answer? I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or to Supervisor.
Oh, I'm talking to you.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm trying to look at you and you're trying to look at me, and the screens don't always match up.
Got it.
So we did do outreach to Columbia College about some of the trade schools and some of the programs that they have. They do have a hospitality program. They also have some other culinary projects or programs. But what we're not seeing, or what I've not seen, is actually certification programs for like welding, for electricians, for plumbers. There's a huge need for that, and that's actually part of what this feasibility study will help identify that I've written the grant for. Maybe there's something we're missing, something we haven't thought of. And it can augment what we have at Columbia College. I don't want to conflict with them at all. They're a great school, and they're one of our partners. So we definitely would want to look at identifying that.
Okay, thank you. I just thought if it's already being done somewhere and we could help expand it through our efforts, then that's what we should be doing versus trying to build a trade school serving many, many trades in Calaveras. That's all. The business license, I am totally on board. We have a complex, convoluted, non-user friendly system. And so if we could be just one place and over the line, do it online, I am like totally supportive of that. And I would really like to have that done before the end of the year. Fiscal year, no, calendar year, not fiscal year. I'm in Arnold, we're doing Art in Arnold. So you talk about art in public places. So we've already started doing that. They've already started doing that in Murphy's. And I know there's a couple of projects here. And we did one of the first ones in the county, which was the old mechanic cement wall that's outside this building. It's the Four Seasons. And there is a frog somewhere on it. If anybody can find it, I'm not going to tell you where it is. So it needs to be repainted, but I'm really supportive. Dustin did that. And so I'm very supportive of trying to do some art in public places because it's like they did here in San Andreas on that wall near whatever the fire
Conifer.
station or Condor, yeah.
Conifer Communication Building. Yeah.
Or the jewelry, the jewelry store. I also want to thank you for the help you gave businesses, at least in Ebbets Pass, on how they followed the guidelines, and when there would be questions, and I try to answer them, and you'd say, give them to me, I'll do it. It was really nice having a partner help these businesses follow the guidelines. So I want to thank you for that. Are there any questions or comments that the board has on this? I believe we really appreciate it. Are there any public comments on this? Any people waiting in queue? I'm trying to do a new system of telling people to call in before we start it instead of after we're ready to close. Yeah. Okay, there's no public comment on this item. Ms. Alana, I want to thank you very much for bringing this forward. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move to item 24, which is a report from the Facilities Ad Hoc Committee, CAO Alt.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide an update from the Facilities Ad Hoc Committee. We last reported out on January 28th, and that's evidenced in the staff report that I've provided. But just for the sake of the public, I know the board's all aware, and many of our regular viewers are aware, there are two supervisor representatives on the Facilities Ad Hoc Committee. Those two supervisors are Supervisors Toffanelli and Supervisor Garamendi. The board is also aware these two representatives were appointed by you, their colleagues, and tasked with monitoring several priorities that were identified by the board originally back in 2018, and then in March of 2019 were confirmed as well. are just a quick summary of the projects that were originally of interest to the board in 2018 were the old jail demolition and the HVAC replacement, consideration for ADA updates and upgrades, and the district attorney's office were the highlights from the list in 2018. In 2019, those items continued to be on the list and were confirmed by the board that we have now. And then subsequently on the at the June 28th, 2020 meeting, the board also agreed at the recommendation of the ad hoc to add the museum roof, review of the animal shelter facilities to the priorities as well. At the January 28th, 2020 meeting, the board or the ad hoc recommended to the board that you also consider adding the HHSA building to the list of priorities to be considered by the ad hoc. That said, before I go into the review of where we're at on our current list of priorities, it should be noted that continuing to add priorities to the list and extending an ad hoc committee indefinitely can be a concern for the board. So as we go into the discussion on this item, I'd like to have the board consider whether or not they want to consider some definitive termination date of the ad hoc committee, or whether there'll be some consideration of adding priorities and having this committee potentially transition into a Brown Act committee. But before we have that discussion, I'll move quickly to the list of priorities that the current ad hoc has. The old jail demolition, as we all know, that there was a long history with not being able to get that old building to the ground. And today on consent with item number 16, the board authorized the final closeout of that project. And as you've seen when you've come in, likely noticed that there's only a very large pile of road base that exists where the jail once did. So that project is fully complete. The ad hoc has also considered and reviewed programming for the DA's office space and has ideas for programming moving into design. We continue to do ADA updates on a project-by-project basis, and that frankly will continue in the long term for our facilities folks. As you know, the HVAC replacement project was something that we talked about quite a few times. That is in progress, and that will complete by November 20th. Right now is the planned completion date. And of really important note, along with the HVAC replacement project, the museum roof also is scheduled for completion in October, and that meshes well with the HVAC project as well. The ad hoc also took on a review of the animal shelter facility and the potential for what we might put in the location that has been designated by the board. Frankly, we've got preliminary ideas of what we could do with that facility, but until we move deeper into considering what we might do from a strategic financing plan, both for the DA's building and for the animal shelter and potentially other projects as well, right now we're at a place where we can't take that consideration much further. And so with that, I would open it up to any statements from the two supervisors who represent the Facilities Act ad hoc committee, and then of course any of us on the that support the committee and the committee members can take questions from the supervisors.
Mr. Garamendi, Mr. Tuffanelli, do you have anything you'd like to say? Mr. Garamendi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think the committee's been working pretty good. Gary and I have been attending these meetings. We're going to get into a lot of detail. I think it's important to note that we put this committee together because these projects that we had approved weren't happening. And I think we've finally got some traction. We're getting some things done, which is really good. So I think it's a good time to have the conversation about the future of the committee and how we want to go about it. I look forward to that. But we came about because we needed to figure out a way to jumpstart this stuff. And we're doing that. So, it's getting much more on autopilot. There are some issues that I think this board ought to talk about when we get there. Certainly the HHSA building is something we had it agendized, taken off because I think we need to talk about what we want to do here, sort of start laying out a process for that. That's a very big bite. It's not putting up a DA building. This is considerably larger. So we need to talk about that. But, you know, how we got here and where we're going, I think is going to be where we're going is probably the more important question.
So I hear you say that you think it's still appropriate to have 2 supervisors on ad hoc.
I think it's working. I don't want to get sideways of anything, so we have to figure out a way to do it correctly. But you know, it's working. I have total confidence that our CAO can keep his foot on the accelerator if we needed to. But I found it useful. I don't know, Gary, where are you on this?
Yeah, I'll have to agree with what Jack has to say about it. It's working. We attended. We're getting things done. As you can see, some of the things are being marked off. The jail, Marita, as you know, has been on the list for a long time. It's now complete. It's a pile of rubble out there. Everybody that drives by it has a 4-wheel drive, wants to climb it, but it's there to be used. I think there are a couple of projects on here that still need to be gone through. I for one, you know, we talked and added the sheriff's office storage and mechanic station on this list. I think that's something that we need to, even though it says recommend delay here, need to at least stay on and review and come up with a plan. Along with the auditor's office, we added to this list. And I know it's being recommended again here on to be for delay, but I think if we just go that route, they're going to end up, we'll be sitting here year after year after year in the same situation we were with some of these other projects. They're just not going to happen. So in favor of keeping an ad hoc committee, whether it's a Brown Act committee or what have you, I'm in favor of keeping it just so we have it presence in front of us and there's supervisors on it to keep it pushed and keep it going and finding avenues to get them complete. Otherwise, they end up just continuously not getting done, historically here in Calaveras anyway.
Mr. Stofford, do you have any comments you want to make? Mr. Mills, do you have any?
Well, the only concern is that in the discussion summary, it talks about June 2020. I certainly would be interested to know whether or not the board would entertain this becoming a standing committee instead of an ad hoc, and that we move into Brown Act noticing, et cetera, for it if it's going to be an ongoing thing. Ad hocs have a defined limited time, and I think we've kind of run that road. But if it has a good purpose, then you know the option should be to become a standing committee and do it that way. That way, there's a commitment by the board. They're going to continue to oversee these projects and see to it that things are accomplished.
Well, to add to that, ad hoc committees too, they're supposed to be focused on the certain projects that you came up with originally started. You're not supposed to be adding and adding and adding to them, because that should be a separate committee focused on those, unless it's a Brown Act committee that's standing. So.
Well, Mr. Garamendi, I don't know, your light's on?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Oh.
You know, the main thing is, I mean, it's working. We want to do it correctly. We know that if we become a Brown Act committee, we're going to have additional overhead added to the costs, clerks, all the things we all know very well. You know, I think one of the reasons it's working is because it's nimble. But, you know, we also have to go through the right process. So I'm fine with it staying an ad hoc if it suits this board and it's not violating any rules. But I'm always hesitant to add more staff work.
Well, I support that. I do not want to see it as a Brown Act committee. I like having it as an ad hoc. The ad hoc committee doesn't make the decisions on what's added or not added. That would come to the board unless I was on it. But pleased with just having it as an ad hoc committee and marshaling the programs, the projects through. I don't want to go through that whole process. I do have a question of council. Ms. Edwards, are you on the phone or line or Zoom or?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. If we leave it as an ad hoc and I decide I wanted to just go and sit in, not say anything, could I do that?
So there's a few things here, Madam Chair, and Supervisors Mills and Tofinelli, I think, spoke to this pretty accurately. There's an exception to the Brown Act permitting a temporary committee of less than a quorum of the body, so long as it's a limited or single purpose. The committee is not perpetual, and it is dissolved once the specific task is completed. So, which doesn't directly answer your question, but I think predicate to that, to the extent that the board is looking to do what you just described, which is kind of keep this committee going, add projects, and kind of just run facilities projects through it, it would be my recommendation to make it a standing committee, which would be subject to the Brown Act. If it is finite and we do not keep, the board does not add to the list of projects, then it is permissible as an ad hoc committee. But I would recommend, again, not adding and giving a particular end date. In answer to your question, I can tell you that when it comes to standing committees of the board, a third board member can attend so long as they are merely observing. I admittedly do not know the answer when it comes to an ad hoc committee, but I'm going to tell you that given that it's a narrow exception to the Brown Act and does require less than a quorum of the board, I would say that that would likely not be permissible.
Likely not, but not definitive. Thank you.
I would be more than happy to get back to you with a more definitive answer. The best I can do right now is that I do not believe that's permissible.
Okay, so I want to repeat what I think I heard you say. I would like to keep it as an ad hoc committee based on the projects that we have. So a project falls off, the CAO comes to us as a board and said, I want to add 2 more projects. Okay, so do we tell the 2 ad hoc people, well, you're off of it now because we've added 2 projects, but we're going to start the ad hoc committee again and put the 2 supervisors back on?
No, I mean, Madam Chair, the case law is fairly clear on this point that it's really, it's about function over form in terms of what controls and makes something a standing committee versus a temporary committee. And in my opinion, what you just described would be akin to a standing committee that would need to be a Brown Act committee. I know that's not the answer you wanted.
No, it's not the answer that I want.
I apologize.
Because the 2 supervisors aren't necessarily making decisions on behalf of the board. The projects were set up that the board determined, that these are the priority projects. We put 2 supervisors on to kind of help marshal it and stay focused and accomplish it. They're not determining the priorities. The priorities are still set by the board.
That's certainly true, Madam Chair, but it can't be perpetual if it's to remain a proper temporary or ad hoc committee and not require.
Okay, so if these projects still stay that we have, these 5, we can continue the ad hoc committee. If we add a project, then we have to disband the committee, and that's where I'm having a gray area.
No, I wouldn't say that it has to be disbanded, Madam Chair. I would just say that it is more properly than a standing committee, which the meetings of which would be subject to the Brown Act.
All right,
Madam
because
Chair.
now they could, well, now, I mean, if they have time and you call the ad hoc committee together tomorrow, they meet tomorrow, if everybody can do that. If it's a Brown Act committee, then we have to do days notice, and we have to print an agenda, and we have to go through everything that Supervisor Garamendi did, and that's just not productive, in my opinion. Mr. Tuffanelli, Mr.
So,
Stopper.
Sarah, let me ask you this question. I'm looking at items 1, 2, 3, 4, and the museum roof. Those are basically completed. The animal shelter, the review is complete. So that's basically completed. The last 3 on the items have been asked or recommended to be delayed. So if we disband this ad hoc committee saying that we accomplished the 5 items that were on it and did away with this ad hoc committee and then started a new ad hoc committee with the board's direction to add HHSA building, auditor's office, sheriff, and the board chambers. Can we start fresh again with that new ad hoc committee with those 4 items on it directed by the board?
I admittedly don't know the answer to that question, Supervisor Tofanelli. It is possible. Again, I would want to look into it a little bit more because the case law does make it clear that it is an intent issue. I don't want to get cute with it, but I'm more than happy to look into that and work with CAO Alt on coming back to the board with a recommendation one way or the other on that question.
Mr. Stopper.
You done? Okay. Supervisor Tofanelli did address some of where I was going. The threshold seems to be crossed already on the ad hoc committee, with these other ones being added to the list that are on here right now, potentially, if the board were to say so. With that said, I'd be interested in the questions that have been answered, or the questions that have been posed be answered, and we would know better how we would want to proceed as a board, staying within the Brown Act and, the laws that are provided to us. I personally, I look at like the DA's office. Look, we're programming's in, we're working on design. The project in my mind's not done until the building is there. So and that could be right. No, that could be down the road quite a ways. But we start talking about the auditor's office, we start talking about the SO storage and mechanics. I'm not prioritizing any of these by any means right now. In my own mind is the fact that in the past, it's been a lot of the practice to put these things on like we're going to do them this fiscal year. And it's what sort of shows in our structural deficit as we move forward. It's like, just because these are, they all need to be done. We all know this at one time or another. But, just as we proceed, if we do prioritize these sort of things, they aren't necessarily in our fiscal budget as much as, whatever phase work, whether it be programming and design, the building, the TBDs, the to be determines. I mean, a little set of staff time budgeting off to the side as we proceed, until we're actually in the design, programming and design phase. I think that we'd be, this is delving into another item later on for budget, but I think we'd be more pragmatic in thinking on how we proceed and showing that in our budget as we move forward. That's all on the issue. I think I need more answers before I make a decision personally on how we were to proceed, whether it be ad hoc or a Brown Act committee.
Mr. Garamendi?
I think I want to get to this. CAO may have some ideas on this, but just on the programming side, Ben, you're right. That's part of Ben, our thing. We're putting the money aside, we're using it. Fortunately, now we're using it and doing the work, which is great. But some of these are also, and we've talked about it before, things like the animal shelter, the DA's got a separate source of funding, HSA. One of the things that I think is important is that we go through programming and figure out what we want and what these buildings would probably look like. Because Dennis was talking earlier about the lessons we learned in 2008, 9, 10, when you both were on the board. We want to be prepared that as we come out of this COVID, out of this recession, if there's any stimulus for building health buildings, so we come together. I'd like to have something on the books so we could quickly move to shovel ready. Same with the DA building, same with the animal services, because we got people like Kathy that are out mining for opportunities. And when that grant comes, we want to be able to open it, say that, pull that file and go for it. But I don't know, we haven't, where are you at, Mr. CAO? You manage this committee.
Well, thank you for the question. I would tell you, if we look at the lower priorities, I realize that the auditor's office, I apologize, I'm looking away, I'm looking at our list, but the auditor's office, the SO storage mechanics, and the board chambers, those are all small projects. If we set Patrick loose on those projects, those will be completed. It's a matter of money, and we haven't appropriated money towards those projects. If we do, they're relatively simple projects. The other relatively simple project, or they aren't simple, but the ones we've allocated money to, we've pretty much got rolling at this point with the old jail demolition, HVAC, and museum roof. So it really leaves us with the balance of projects that are complicated, not only from a construction perspective in some respects, but really from a finance perspective. So if it were me and you were asking for my recommendation, what I would expect from the board is direction that when we do small projects like the auditor's office or the board chambers, when funds are allocated, those projects, your expectation of me is that we complete those projects in the fiscal year that funds are allocated. On the DA, and again, if it were me, and I haven't talked to Sarah about this, but if the DA's building, animal shelter, and the HHSA building are compiled together potentially under a new and different ad hoc, and we're looking at the programming of the buildings and then moving in in conjunction with the debt advisory committee, looking at a strategic finance plan of what we're going to do with those buildings. That effort needs to be undertaken, in my opinion, all together, because if we look at any one of those buildings in and of themselves, absent having priorities for which one would go first, we might end up with a finance package that doesn't benefit us for our long-term goals for all three of those buildings. So to me, it's more about the strategic approach to our finance and moving those projects forward, all of those that need to be financed. And we've heard the same. I don't see that she's on now, but Kathy Gomes has shared a very similar opinion in the debt advisory. And we're just kind of to the point where we can't move those projects forward until we know how we're going to finance them. And there's a number of different ways that we can do that with each of those buildings. And so we need, in my opinion, to tie all those together in that approach. And if it were me, that would be my advice, is that we know how to do the projects at this point. We can do the smaller projects. We just need money for them. And then let's use the capacity of the ad hoc or a board Brown Act committee to really leverage our thinking on where we need to go to finance the bigger projects.
Okay. The animal shelter, we had made a commitment. We had to on the grand jury report. Are they going to be saying the same thing this year?
It would surprise me, Madam Chair, if they do not, although we have a conceptual building and we took steps forward to reiterate the board's actions. I apologize, I don't remember the years, but the board designated land up on the hill behind the existing animal shelter facilities, and so we've brought that back and essentially confirmed that that's the location that the facility would go. We brought plans, really rough plans in terms of square footage and the type of facility that could go on that land. But absent us having a way to fund that, and frankly, I don't see general fund capacity to do it without some sort of borrowing or general obligation bond or philanthropy or whatever strategy we may take, or combined strategies we may take on that facility. We can't move forward past the point that we are right now, in my opinion. Now, certainly the two supervisors that have seen the information firsthand may have a different opinion, but that's where I stand on where we're at. We just, absent a financing approach, we're not ready to move forward beyond where we're at.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mills?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I guess Sarah is the one I really want to talk to on this, because Sarah, the Brown Act is very clear on the limitations of an ad hoc committee. It is specific to purpose, and there is a certain time window that it has to be operated in. You can't add things to it. You really can't take things from it. Entities in the state of California have gotten into trouble because they've tried to skirt the intent of that act by changing the specific purpose of a Brown Act committee or an ad hoc committee, or extending the time beyond the time window that's allowed. All of those things have to play in here. I would recommend that we simply close this ad hoc committee out and decide what is the new purpose of an ad hoc committee if the board is not wanting to do a standing committee. What is its specific purpose, and understand that that is going to be its only purpose, but it is going to also be limited as to how long it's going to be active before it has to dissolve. So, Sarah, do you want to speak to what I'm talking about here?
Yeah, Supervisor Mills, I largely agree with the summary you just laid out. I would appreciate the opportunity to double check this, to dive into it a little bit deeper, because it is a little bit tricky. You're right, it is an intent issue. And so I do think it is theoretically possible, though, what you just described, whether it be now or at some point, relatively soon, that this particular ad hoc committee be dissolved. And then it sounds, if I'm understanding CAO alt correctly, we may have a specific project, which I understand may be more than one building or project, but they will all be kind of tied together and figuring out how to do it, finance it, et cetera. I think that in theory, at least, if a new ad hoc committee were formed to deal with that specific issue or that specific project, that would likely be permissible, and it would not need to be a Brown Act committee. But as I said, I would welcome the opportunity to verify that and work with the CAO on that.
Where we can run afoul of the law is where we take an ad hoc committee, we form it for a purpose, we add purposes to it, we run out of time, and now we take some of those purposes and we reform another ad hoc committee with the new purposes, and hope that we can. And I'm going to tell you, it doesn't work. It will not work. So we need to be very cognizant. You have projects on this list. You cannot simply just reform a new ad hoc committee to take care of those projects without running afoul. And I just, be careful. That's all I'm saying. Be careful.
Well, she's counsel. I hope she is, even though I don't.
She looked the other way when I was talking. So.
Okay, Mr. Stopper.
Just real quick question. One thing that's, there's different things that are done through other departments, and they kind of fall within the purview of this, but at the same time, they're underneath the purview of that department. For example, closing and opening cells at the at Rock Creek. Is everyone here still comfortable that staying within IWM so as we move forward, or is it going to need to go on this list also? So we can stay within IWM? That was my feeling. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page, because that's a whole nother can of worms.
Well, that's not on the agenda, but are you hypothetically asking?
I'm hypothetically asking because capital improvements or buildings, it would be a construction project. So it could go either way. I'm just asking you.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Well, I'm not sure I understand what Dennis is saying, but I'm not sure I can completely agree with his synopsis. Obviously, the DA's office was on this list. It's been on this list. And not only was it for design, but it was to get the DA in a new office. And it was on this ad hoc committee. And obviously that hasn't happened yet. We haven't got to that point. So I don't sure the law says you have this certain amount of time where you throw it out the window and you can't work it, especially as an ad hoc committee to try and get it accomplished. I just don't see the logic in that. I think there could be some exceptions. I think Sarah needs to look. Obviously it's there, and it was part of the direction of this board, the original direction of this board when we had this conversation. The HHSA building wasn't even on the radar at that time. It's only been recently being brought up by Kristen to this board, and I think back in February or March she brought it up to us. And so I'm not sure what exactly can be done here, but certainly if you haven't accomplished what you set out to do completely, although you've completed a lot of the project on it, that you just have to disband the ad hoc committee and say, well, too bad, DA, we're not going to have a committee to finish your building because the law says we can't. I'm not sure that's the way it is.
No, Supervisor Tuffanelli, there's no particular time limit, date limitation on a temporary committee. It's just it can't be perpetual, and it is to be dissolved once a specific task or tasks are completed. And so for that reason, that's why I would recommend against, adding new projects and sort of extending it indefinitely. But as you say, the flip of that, I don't think is necessarily that you have to disband it when there are still projects on the existing list.
Yes, and I'm not sure also if there's other projects that come up, what the possibility is, by law, you have to start another ad hoc committee, even though you have this ad hoc committee for this project that you haven't completed. Now you have these other projects like HHSA building. Oh, we've got to have another ad hoc committee just for that building, and it starts anew on that project. Pretty soon you have 12 ad hoc committees doing 12 different things that need to be accomplished. And I don't think that's anybody's vision anywhere.
Probably not, which is why, again, I do realize that it adds some administrative work, but if the board feels that there is a benefit to having a standing long-term facilities ad hoc committee of the board, then it may make sense to have it be just that, a standing committee. So I do think that there are some options here. What I would not recommend is tacking, at the very least, I can say I would not recommend tacking projects on and extending the existing committee indefinitely.
Mr. Garamendi.
Yeah, this is good stuff. So, I was just thinking about what Al was saying about what tasks are still out there. And looking at this list, a large part of these are wrapping up. One solution that might be sort of a compromise that might be where Gary was going. I don't know if it worked for everybody else, but maybe we need to terminate this ad hoc right now, form a new construction ad hoc committee, and focus on those three big projects. Because I think he's right. Doing the ADA, doing the auditor's office, that's a budget question. Patrick doesn't need us looking over his shoulder to know how to do that. But planning these big ones, that is a big project. So it'd be great to check some of these boxes. Maybe we could do an ad hoc if we have to do a Brown Act committee.
Then we have to do a Brown Act committee. I think we've spent enough time on this topic. Ms. Edwards, if you could see technically what it is that we need to do. I don't know how the board feels. Maybe we disband the current ad hoc committee and look at the two options of establishing a new one or making it a standing committee. I came in thinking I don't want to do a standing committee, but if it makes it easier to facilitate the work, then I'd support doing that. I don't know, Mr. Tapanelli, where are you on that?
Well, I'd like to see Sarah come back with us on the concept of finishing this, and even though the DA's office, if we can move the DA's office along with HHSA and any other project and start a new ad hoc committee and disband this one with those bigger projects on it. I'm in agreement that the other smaller items on here, they were on the list, but I think if we find funding for them, they'll go away really quick without the ad hoc committee needing to stay on them. So if we could have you at least do some research on it, the law and what we can and can't do. I'd like to hear back from her before we move forward on that.
Okay. Mr. Stopper, do you have any thoughts on that? Okay. Mr. Mills?
I think, Sarah's homework is going to be critical in what that decision might be. So I would defer to her.
Okay. Sure, just one last thing. HHSA building is currently not on this list. I think until we disband, maybe we can put that on the list. There's some polling or general ideas of this board, and it's on there, which gives staff work on it.
If though it's the current ad hoc committee, it can't go on there.
Well,
but if we do a standing committee or a new ad hoc, then it can.
I think that might be a Sarah question, but I think getting some direction so that Kristen can have some comfort in beginning her mental process. There are some funds that are available for planning, programming, and she'd probably feel much more comfortable if we did something up here.
Ms. Edwards, can we add it to the list? No, look at that look. I don't think so. If you could come.
I am unaware of a case on this precise topic. That said, given that it's clear that an ad hoc committee is to be disbanded once a specific task is completed, I suppose it depends on how you define a specific task. My opinion would be that I would lean towards not adding additional projects.
Okay, so
okay,
I don't see a whole lot of opposition to trying to figure this out.
There's no opposition, I think, to figuring it out. So
plan to do that research and kind of lay out what I think all of the range of options are going forward.
A specific task would be construction of all the buildings that are needed on the campus.
Okay. Thank you. Well, this item will be coming back to the board. Are there any public comments on this item?
Madam Chair, while we await public comments, might I weigh in one more time?
Yes, please.
So from my perspective, I don't have any preference whether it's Brown Act or ad hoc or whatever. I think there's a role in whether it's this ad hoc or a different one. And maybe if not in this conversation, then in the priorities conversation, that we have a space plan that's dated at this point, and we need to do an assessment of our space. Along with that, we already have 3 knowns: the DA's office, the animal shelter, and the HHSA building, that are all buildings that have some uniqueness in their design and their programming, which is really easy to overcome. But a bigger nut to crack is the separate funding streams that each of them have and what our opportunities are to fund them. And I'm a little concerned that we don't get over our skis on a little too far on designing the buildings. Although Supervisor Garamendi is absolutely correct, when we have a design, we can price them out. But if we get too far ahead of this, we'll have nice designs that have the potential for sitting on the shelves a long time. And my recommendation, it would be whether it's the ad hoc or reformulating it and a new ad hoc or a board Brown Act committee, that we seriously consider the finance piece of it and how we're going to pay for all of these buildings. And that, of course, has to be done in concert with the Debt Advisory Committee. I don't have any intent on excluding them, but they have their own specific purpose. So I'm not suggesting we combine the two, but that we need some more direction and a more fluid and easier to meet environment for us to get moving forward on a finance plan. And you know, maybe that's in the priorities, but I want that in the thinking as we move forward, and even in the other discussion for potential priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Is there, and Sarah, can you look into whether there's anything preventing those two committees at least have a meeting or two to discuss what CA Alt has just brought up? Not combining them, but at least having a couple meetings together to go over that.
Between the Debt Advisory Committee and whatever temporary committee of this board.
Debt Advisory Committee to have a couple meetings together to discuss.
Yes, I'm happy to look at that as well.
Good idea. Okay, there being no public comments, I want to, and Ms. Edwards and Mr. Alt, bring this back when you think you have time on the agenda. Doesn't mean it has to be brought back at the next meeting. I want to be respectful of your time.
Okay, I think we should be able to bring it back
whenever. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, since I'm not doing the work on it, I'd suggest we bring it back to the very next meeting. No, Sarah and I will work it out together and we'll bring it back. And I'll keep it on the agenda for the ad hoc to discuss as well.
Just trying to be respectful of staff's time.
Special meeting on Friday, it's fine.
Okay, I'd like to move to item 25, capital improvement projects, facility infrastructure. It's related to job order contracting. If any member of the public has any comments they'd like to make on this, please go ahead and call in, and Ms. Glanville will put you through when we get to public comments. Okay, Mr. Alt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy CAO. I'm sorry, did I speak over you, Madam Chair? My apologies.
No. Go ahead. This is really Ms. Rich's item.
Yes, ma'am. And I was going to do that handoff. You can see Bonnie is here and prepared to speak. Bonnie, you're still muted.
How is that better?
Yes, thank you.
I apologize. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Bonnie Rich, Deputy CAO. Back in June, the board awarded 3 master job order contracting contracts for as an alternative bidding procedure for maintenance and repair projects to facility infrastructure projects. And at that meeting, the board asked that staff return every other month, every 2 months, with an update for the board on where we are at with authorized job orders for specific projects. At the time that this agenda item was prepared, we have executed 1 job order contract, as CA Alt mentioned earlier in the ad hoc committee agenda item. It is for the museum re-roof. That work is scheduled to be completed by the end of October. We have approximately 6 projects in the queue right now in various stages. And with that, I will be bringing an item back to the board on October 27th to give you a more detailed update on other job order contracts that have been authorized. Are there any questions for the board?
Are there any questions from the board on this? Well, I didn't support coming back every 2 months. I think we put it in progress. It's taking a lot. It's just taking staff time just to put this item together. And I mean, I don't have a problem with feedback. I think every 2 months is a little too difficult. Not that the work's difficult and doing it. It's just one more task to do. And I'd like to see us at least maybe extend it out to every 6 months. I mean, it was something new for us. We did it in Public Works and it's working. We're not asking them to come back every 2 months and report out. I don't know why we're asking Ms. Rich to come back every 2 months and report out. It's my thoughts. I don't know where the rest of you might be on it. You want it to still come back every 2 months? That's my question. The second is, do you have any questions of Ms. Rich on this item and or on the project? No questions? Mr. Garamendi?
Madam Chair, I have no questions, but I don't need to see this every 2 months.
Okay. Mr. Mills?
I think when we started talking about every 2 months, we were concerned about progress, and knowing how things are going, there should be no real reason to be doing this every 2 months at this point.
Okay. I put at least next time in 6 months. Okay, seeing that there's no comments, Ms. Rich, every 6 months. And there is no questions from the board on this item. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Ms. Rich, while we're waiting, how do you find the process of job order contracting?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I did not understand the question.
How do you find the process of job order contracting?
Madam Chair, the difficulty I'm having is I am unable to read your lips.
Got it. Okay. I will ask you offline.
I apologize.
That's all right. I was not sensitive. I'm sorry, Ms. Rich.
Okay.
Okay. Hearing no public comments, I'm going to move to item 26, an update on the revised purchasing ordinance and related procurement policy documents. Again, if the public has any comments on this, please call in. Ms. Rich.
Okay. So back in February, I came to the board and provided the board with a lot of information regarding procurement and contract activities. And it has been on the CAO's office's list of things to get done for a number of years. After that meeting, within a week, I had the purchasing ordinance revised and a draft comprehensive procurement policy drafted. That information was distributed to CAO Alt and County Council, and then COVID came. Due to that unforeseen event, the input that I needed from council was delayed slightly, and I have since received back comments from our internal group and council, and within this agenda item, I have set forth a schedule which I believe is achievable. And at this point, I'm already scheduling meetings with some internal departments for review and comments, and intend to roll the draft revised ordinance and procurement policy out to department heads for their review and input by September 1. When it's all said and done, my commitment is to bring this back to the board for introduction and approval on November 10th. I've had lengthy discussions with CAO Alt about this. This needs to be a #1 priority for me and for this office. We have waited a long time for this. Departments have been asking for this. Your board has been asking for this. And so I'm excited to be able to present this schedule to you. And we'll be meeting with CAO Alt regularly on this as we proceed.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? Mr. Garamendi?
Thank you. Susan, what's your camera? Hi, Bonnie, can you see me?
I need the board clerk. There you go. That's a little better.
As Susan fortunately pointed out which camera, so we could communicate.
Thank you.
Bonnie, I went back after this item came up, and I went back and watched the 25th meeting in February of this year. And it was definitely, you made a very strong case, and other people did, with OIG, inspector, and other items, why we had to get this done right now and why it was important. At the end of the meeting, I asked you when we're going to have it ready to go, and you told me, quote, policy ready to go in April. Obviously, we've had some changes, but that was a month after we had that meeting. And I'm looking at your agenda right now, your timeline. And 6 months later, we've now got 3 months to see the policy. So it would seem like it's going to, I'm confused on process, and I'm concerned that we haven't gotten this done, and this was so important. And so I want to express my frustration that we don't have this done, regardless of COVID. This was a priority, and I want to know why it's going to take us 3 more months when it was only going to take us a month before COVID. Is that a COVID-related issue, or how do we know we're finally going to get this done, Bonnie?
Well, as you can see by the agenda item, the draft documents were prepared and within a week of that February 25th board meeting. But with all due respect, Supervisor Garamendi, for an ordinance and a policy that impacts literally every single department, I have great respect for our department heads and would like to give them opportunities to provide input. And so I am committed to these dates, and I would like to move forward with making this happen. That's where I'm at right now. I think given even the lead time to get an agenda item in, it would be very difficult to get that input from department heads, work with council on any changes and CAO Alt, and get that to the board prior to November. Essentially what that means for me is that I'm going to have it all completed by October 23rd, which is just about 8 weeks away.
Do you think that will be possible? I mean, you can meet that timeline?
I am committed to meeting this timeline. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stopper?
That one, right, Susan?
That's good.
Hi. There's something you brought up. Within that February 25th meeting, you had brought up that you actually had gone through the process and gotten it to that within 2 weeks of that time. Why wasn't it circulated after that to the different department heads for review, starting then?
I wanted county council and CAO Alt as the county purchasing agent to review that before I pushed it out to department heads. Equally, there were some areas that have exposure or make mention of county budgets and IT related procurements, which is pretty consistent with what other municipalities do. And I wanted some input from our auditor, our IT director, and Deputy Von Lotta on those matters as well.
Was this, my apologies, was this discussed during your department heads meeting that you were going to be circulating this as such, the CAO and everyone else? I mean, this would be something I would assume would be brought up during that time.
We have not had a regular standing department heads meeting. It has been heavy COVID and emergency response related. I'd like to ask CAO Alt to add to that if you would like to, but no, this has not been mentioned to department heads yet.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate it.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Rich? Are there any public comments on this item? Yes, no? Oh, not yet, no. Okay. Did you want to say something, Mr. Garamendi?
Yes, ma'am. I want to say something, but I think my better judgment is going to keep me from saying it. Let's just get this project done.
Got it.
It has been on the books. We have heard, believe. I want to hear, I'm committed to getting this done. And because it looks like nothing's happened in 6 months.
Okay, got it. I think that's what we heard, was a commitment to get this done by the dates that are on the staff report.
I have something to say.
Mr. Tuffanelli.
Bonnie, I appreciate the work you put in on this, and
Gary,
I certainly.
you need to look at the camera.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Much better, much better.
Which camera am I facing? This one?
You're good.
Can you hear me, Bonnie?
I can.
Okay. I appreciate the hard work that you put in on this. I'm hearing some issues from a couple other supervisors. However, I understand the COVID thing, and back in February, you presented it to us and thought you would have it done by April. When COVID hit initially, everything was shut down. At the time, we had the county shut down itself. So I understand some of the issues that you have. That being said, and going forward, committing to this timeline, I'm looking at the time of year that you're trying to project this being done. PSPS could affect a lot of things going forward as far as shutting down the county again, or even departments. Is any of that going to affect this timeline?
Well, Supervisor Toffanelli, right, I have no control over the universe, and I do not have a crystal ball in front of me. I am committed to these dates, and as CAO Alt and I have discussed, in the event PSPS or some other emergency occurs that requires my participation in, we would come back to the board and let you know this. But I am committed to these dates, barring any new disasters coming our way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any public comments? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rich. We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we hit item 27. Okay, good. Like to reconvene the meeting and move to the last agenda item, which is a review of our the board's priorities for the remainder of 2020. When we established our priorities, it was a different time, less drama and crises going on in the county and the state. So we thought it would be a good, we, meaning Mr. Stopper and I, thought it would be a good time to review our goals and prioritizations. Mr. Alt, would you like to proceed, please?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies if I interrupted you talking with trying to share my screen. I am trying to get the presentation up. Unfortunately, while I can see my presentation, I don't have access to my screen as it stands right now. So I'll just go ahead and into my piece, and then when we're done, I'll unshare my screen so I can interact. Obviously, this is for board discussion. We originally had this planned for August 8th, 2020. But I wanted to kind of set the context for the public that hasn't had the opportunity to follow along in all of our meetings, particularly in the electronic environment. We last talked, or we initially had our deepest discussion about the board's goals in the CAO's 90-day report back in July of 2019. At the time, I had been here, obviously, from a 90-day report about 3 months at the time. And so going back to that point in time, I reminded the board and the public, and more for my own learning, that the board established in January of 2019 the practice of having the third Tuesday being study sessions. And at the time, or at least in January of 2019, we had discussed the items that are listed here as priorities for study sessions moving forward from that particular date. At the time, I tried to not only lay out for the board what I saw as my goals and my assessment from having been here 90 days, and align those also with what the board's priorities had been set for the study session. So on the left side of the screen, you'll see my goals were accountability, facilities, employee engagement, revenue and fiscal stability, policy and strategic planning. When I originally had talked about my goals, I had them aligned with a fiscal year, aligning them with how we do the budgeting process, and the board had their goals listed on or their priorities listed on the right side there, aligned with the more traditional calendar year because of the election cycle and whatnot.
Hey, Al,
yes,
sir. I know what you said at the beginning, but are you aware that your PowerPoint's not up on our screen?
I am not at all.
What we see is you speaking. We do not see your PowerPoint.
If you go.
Let me try one more time. I'll unshare and try it again. My apologies to the supervisors and to the public. Was not aware.
It's on our agenda packet, but it's not on the screen, which I think thinks he shared.
I had share screen up on my end, and it showed that it was sharing. So I'll try it one more time and see if we can get that going.
Got it. No, good point. Good point.
My apologies for the delay. I may have to bring the presentation up one more time on my end. Madam Chair, would it be worth taking a 5-minute break just for me to be able to get the presentation back queued up and make sure that the public has opportunity to see it with the board?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Thank you. We're going to take another break.
My apologies. Robin, it looks like you were trying to share for me. I think that I have it, so I'm capable as well. But it won't let me with Robin, with you currently sharing, it won't let me share the presentation now. Yeah, I had to reinstall it. Can't. Okay. Madam Chair, I have it reinstalled and I am ready when the board is.
Currently in the room at the moment. We'll let you know as soon as she returns.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Alt. Hello. Well, we have the PowerPoint, but we don't have you. Oh, there you are. Again,
Madam Chair,
I just want to, just a moment, if any of the public have anything they might like to say, just call in, and when we get to public comment, Ms. Glanville will boot you in. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't go through all of the pieces we've already covered. I'll move ahead here to where I was trying to outline for the board and the public that at the 90-day report, which was a little over a year ago, I tried to align my goals and those which the board endorsed as my goals with what the board's priorities were for the study sessions. And so in trying to align those in a plan for all of us as we moved forward, working through what my goals were and the completion of my goals and aligning them with the board, ended up listing them all out. My apologies one more time. I listed them out by quarter so that we could have a plan on how we would carry forward the board's priorities, and then me carrying out my goals and presenting those regularly to the board. And I just remind all of us that was subsequent to July of 2019. Unfortunately, though, as we looked at that list of what was scheduled out, and here's a list of what really happened in the fall. So in all the meetings of August, September, October, all of our work was focused, and essentially all of our study sessions were focused on cannabis, which was an important priority of the board and was necessary work that we had to do. But that consumed all of our study sessions in the fall. And as we started moving into the winter months, November and December, we were working on the EIR and planning around that, and continuing through the Division of Cannabis Control budget and the transition to the CAO's office. And we were lucky enough to have that overlaid with the PSPSs as well. And so as we moved forward in the beginning of this year, we made it through the PSPSs. We tried to start again with our planning. In January, we had the priorities for the general plan implementation, which has always been a high priority for the board. And then in February, we had this discussion again about the board priorities. And in the board priorities, we discussed that the first study session subsequent to the priorities in March would be an update on the commercial cannabis, and again, a review of 17.95 and issues related to the cannabis program. We also started to move into some of our other priorities. We had long discussions on the HVAC and the Debt Advisory Committee, and that's when our world changed significantly on March 19th with, as we all know, the stay-at-home order. So what's happened? Well, let me review from the 218 study session. Some of the things that we talked about moving forward in the current year were the cannabis program update, which we've had several times. We had fairly lengthy discussions on the need for discussion about insurance cancellations, fire safety ordinances, and fuel reduction. As you recall, we were in the throes of quite a few cancellations that our citizens were experiencing, and we had started on task with the insurance commissioner. Some other things that were of interest to the board were a report out on track it implementation, community plans, and continuing to bring those forward. There was discussion on the board's behalf of the importance of redistricting and what our plan would look like in moving forward with that. And then, of course, issues around Lake Tulloch, the potential of a JPA and docks and water storage relative to this lake, Tulloch and others. So that was our plan in February before we had obviously the COVID issue start. And since then, really what we've been doing is responding for the most part to nothing relative to the board's priorities, but all really our emergency priorities. Since March 19th, we had the EOC open from March to June. As you know, that was a significant draw on our staffing because the EOC was fully staffed, not only from the two people that we have that are in emergency response, but we had many departments sending employees to the EOC on a daily basis. At the time, all of our meetings moved from in-person meetings to Zoom meetings. And what's important about that is the workload that drove, not only for IT, but if you look at all the effort that Rebecca and her staff have put into getting all of our board meetings and other commission meetings into the Zoom format. It's been quite tedious and lengthy work on behalf of IT and our departments, and particularly the clerk's office. We've had challenges with our employees' schedules. As the board is aware, our public may not be, that after the initiation of COVID and our internal response, we split all of our departments into at least 2 teams where they didn't interact much. We had schedules going everything from weekend schedules and start times from 6 in the morning and run times going till 9 o'clock at night for our employees, just so that we limited the interaction of employees physically. Of course, we had school closures, and that caused a lot of need for our parents and our employee to be off. So we were continuing not only losing capacity from our split schedules, but for significant use of the emergency leave procedures that were in place. And then, unfortunately, we've been able to, as we've moved through the COVID experience, we've had our own employee cases, and the board gets regular updates from me about what our response looks like when we have our own cases. So suffice it to say, with just the top half of that page, the majority of our time has been doing everything we can to respond to COVID externally, and a lot of staff and time and effort for our external response, but also the demands of our internal response and our staffing needs. We had this experience today. We talked quite a bit about the state dynamic and the fluidity of it, and the fact that it seems like every week we get different change from the state, and that's caused all of us, as evidenced by the board discussion about enforcement, to have to flex between all of our strategies, whether it's closure of businesses, us putting a variance forward to get us into the stages, the face coverings requirement from the state, et cetera. I don't necessarily need to review all that, but it just evidences that every time we think for a week or two we get into a steady state, something changes from the state landscape, and it causes our employees, in some cases at board direction, to have to dive into our response to what the state's been really demanding of us. And as we come back into the fall here, one of the big impacts to us being able to perform the work of the public and the expectations of the board is that, as we all know, our schools are all online. Our K-12 schools are 100% online. So we really have the unfortunate circumstances many other employees do, where the demands on our employees are such that we're in a situation where if we can't find flexibility for our employees to be able to school their children, that we may continue to lose employees over time because they'll make the obvious choice of taking care of their families and getting education for their children. So all of those factors have really come together so that at any time since March 19th, we've had 12 to 15% of our staff on emergency types of leave to take care of their family, kids, loved ones, et cetera. And this is above and beyond the experience that we have with anywhere from 70 to 100 positions that are authorized by the board being open. And I lay that context because it really sets out then how I've established our priorities moving forward in really the way we do our work now. Now, the way we have the current priorities set are we do as much as we can in the county operations and in our day-to-day efforts. I know the public and I know the board doesn't always see our day-to-day operational things, but everything from staff being on hiring committees to moving contracts around that are behind the scenes. And I don't want to, run through the whole list of our day-to-day operations, but it really is probably 80 or 90% of our workday absent board priorities and emergencies and whatnot. We've continued to move forward the board goals, the 1920 goals. So we've had a review of the commercial cannabis program several times. As the board knows, we completed the general plan and Peter brought forward the general plan implementation and schedule for that. We continue to walk through that. We continue to perform on board's projects, priority projects, as we talked about already with the ad hoc, the old jail demo and HVAC are examples of this. But beyond that, the majority of our time then is consumed with our pandemic response and the efforts we need to put forward for our community. And I think the public's perception, in some cases the boards, may be that it's simply a public health response. and we see Dr. Coletta and Kristen and her team front and center, and they are doing a yeoman's job doing the work that they do, and could be prouder of what they do. But we also have teams of people beyond public health. You've heard me talk about our COVID response team, which includes OES, Economic Development Council, myself, and public health, that meet regularly and make our best effort to put recommendations forward to the board of what we need to do for next steps each time we get a curveball from the state. We've involved in enforcement discussions, all of the land use departments. They were heavily involved in developing the resolution that we brought forward for outside retail. And every time we've had some opportunity to progress through stages or some change from the state level, we bring the necessary departments together to talk through what our recommendations are going to be to the board, or to make sure we have quick implementation of the board's direction on ordinances or resolutions and whatnot. So what I mean to say by this is it's not just been public health. They are absolutely carrying the load for the external response, but every time we have an effort that needs to be completed internally, we bring together those folks, and it takes them off the board to be able to focus on board's priorities. Our internal pandemic response, the board's seen what we've done there, but it isn't just me or my staff. It's pretty broad-based. Facilities folks have been burdened very heavily with their response in cleaning protocols and everything from installation of the sneeze shields to all of the infrastructure that supports us having more sanitation. Judy and her department in human resources are essentially off the board, primarily working on either our response or implementing the different leaves rather. Our department heads have been tied up in 2-a-week meetings with report outs from me and interactions about what our response is going to look like. And they're also heavily involved in whatever our response is whenever we have an internal COVID case as well. You know that we've been heavily involved with our unions and associations in involving them in our decision making on how we respond to our COVID cases. And if that weren't enough, what we're learning now is there's no rest for any of us in all the difficulty from COVID, but now we have fires, everything from the Walker fire to the Flint fire, assault fire that we heard about today. We know about cooling centers needing to be opened recently. We really have learned how to do PSPS and resiliency centers, but what we hadn't, quite frankly, what I hadn't thought through and required a lot of discussion and consideration is now this whole notion of rolling blackouts and how we're going to respond and be able to do the work for the public when the power's out, not only at the government center, but what about all of our employees that now are working remotely, and how do we address that? And I lay that context for you because this is the way essentially I've prioritized the work since March 19th. And so really that helps inform the board for the next discussion, which is less recommendation from me. Typically, what I would bring forward is a list of recommendations as to what I might suggest would be goals and priorities for the board at this point. But I really wanted to talk about how I've prioritized the work at this point in time and ask the board, is there a way that you all would wish for me to reprioritize how we have our list of effort set out? Has urgency changed for any of the existing priorities that are already on the board for us to work on? And are there any additional goals and priorities that the board see as necessary to add onto the plate, knowing that all of our staff is stretched pretty thin in responding both internally and externally to our emergencies and then to the pandemic, along with carrying forward the existing board goals that we have to this point in time. And so I know that was a lot of me presenting to try and lay the context just for these few questions, but I really wanted the board to have the background, and particularly the public to have the background before we started layering on the next set of the goals from the board. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll open it up to any questions and discussion.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Stopper.
Thank you, Madam Chair and CAO all. I'm going to start with, we need to remain cognizant of something Toffenelli brought up in the last item. And it's something we all need to understand. I was partially planting a seed, and you bit in the right way. And we need to be cognizant of the work people are performing in the times that we're moving through. The emergency response is taking an immense amount of time. How can we press a timeline when there's added work in between it? And we have to be cognizant of that staff from top to bottom. And I'm really glad that you brought that up, Supervisor Toffenelli. It's a good thing. It's something, we've been kicking around for a little while. It's like, how do we deal with this? A lot of the stuff on our priorities are important, but right now, with the way things are going, our number one priority needs to be COVID, PSPS, and other emergency responses and tracking. That's going to take away from staff time immediately. And we have to realize that, things that are important are going to fall wayside because of these issues. I'm going to talk for a second, but I would like Sarah Decay to be ready because, the board procedures and rules were changed a few years ago. It used to say any work provided by a supervisor over 4 hours of time needed to be reviewed and approved by the board. It says a little something different now. It's a significant amount of time. So that's somewhat up to interpretation. But we need, we all have things that we perceive as emergencies moving forward, but we as supervisors need to be cognizant of the fact that we work as a unit as a whole. And when there's projects going forward, not that any of us don't, anything that's important doesn't need to fall wayside. Sarah, what's that whole procedure say?
Yeah, Supervisor Stopper, that's correct. It's Rule 43 in the board procedures. It's board member referrals to staff. And as you mentioned, I do believe that the prior iteration of the board procedures had a 4-hour limitation, with the idea being that if individual board members are asking staff to work on projects that are going to take a large amount of staff time, that should be something that's directed by the entire board or majority of the board as opposed to a single supervisor. And so the way that the current Rule 43 reads is that board members should work through the CAO on all referrals to staff and on placing items of interest on the agenda for future consideration. If the CAO determines the referral, constituent request, and/or project involves a significant amount of staff time, other resource commitment, and/or is a departure from established county or departmental policy, the CAO may poll the board, the chair's favorite, and/or agendize an informational item to request direction and approval from the board prior to starting work. Board members are encouraged to discuss referrals which may require significant resources with the chair and the CAO.
So that's what is in our rules and procedures right now. So we all as board members need to remain cognizant as we don't act alone, and we have these rules and procedures in place because significant dedication of resources may not be the significant dedication of resources that we decide together as a whole. So some of this goes on in a little bit. Accountability of work for different departments or staff. I think that I hope all staff is listening and hears that these are the rules and procedures that were put forward a few years ago. And as we proceed, keep it in mind when supervisors are talking to you about certain issues that they want done, that this is the proper process for all of us to follow. A lot of these things that with that said, Chair Callaway, can I go down my list a little bit? And I'm aware that there's no way I'm going to get all this done, or that necessarily the board's going over.
Does it take more or less than 4 hours? I need to pull the board.
That's not the current rules.
That's not the current rules.
Yeah, we're going to change it.
It's a matter of interpretation for a significant amount of time, Ms.
Please,
Callaway.
please proceed, Supervisor.
There's a lot of things that we have on that list that are still in the current process. I think that Peter should still, when his time's allowing and he's moving forward, one of his top priorities is implementation of the general plan. He should stay within those guidelines and, and his regular work every day. That's something else I didn't bring up, is everyday work that, is getting put wayside that people are going to have to get caught up on. Capital projects, we went over those already. I think we got something going forward. Whether that comes to us in a study session and we decide how we're going to move forward on that could be one of our higher priorities moving forward. Strategic plan and budget long-term planning is crucial. But right now, we're going to be doing our final budget. That discussion's coming up with the final budget. I don't really see us getting into the strategic plan possibly until January again, and we know that's going to be a multi-year implementation of the strategic plan. It just doesn't happen tomorrow if you say you want it to happen tomorrow. The IWM, as you all know, I'm on the task force. They brought me chair. There's a lot of things moving forward. I think that their priority should be moving forward on the new cell and addressing the issues that they've had in the past. I think they should stick within their parameters right there and keep that one of their top priorities. Economic Development Director. There's one thing she brought up, and that a majority of us have talked about quite a bit recently, and it was, on the to-do list is broadband or Wi-Fi and everything. I think personally, it would be good for the board to, Ms. Galino's got a lot on her plate. She's a one-person economic development thing, and she's overwhelmed as it is. I think the broadband thing should be moved up on her priority list higher, although I don't want her other things to fall wayside. But the broadband thing is definitely an issue that needs to be addressed sooner than later. So I think that should be prioritized for her. We've already going down the road of the next steps discussed for 17.95, but we need to keep in mind that our more urgency ordinance on moratorium on hemp, I believe, is due in March of 2021 at 2 years. So we don't want to be blindsided by not having an ordinance in place when that time comes. I could be wrong on that timing, but that's something I just wrote down in my notes. There's a ton of other things I want to bring up, but right now, I think I brought up more than enough that's probably going to fall wayside as it is as of this time. So I'll stop with that. Chair Callaway, if you're all right by that.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't take 4 hours.
No, you didn't. But you took over 4 minutes. 4 being the magic word. Does any of the supervisors have anything they want to add or comment on this? Because I do. And I've said it before at board, I don't think we as a board have been really cognizant, to use Supervisor Stopper's word, of everything that staff is doing. I mean, we're in a pandemic. Everybody's learning as we go. And when we talked about it when we had the enforcement issue, and we've talked about it before. And then we give them work to do. And then we wonder why, you know, our particular personal item might not be taken care of. And I think we have to look at what our goals are. And do we want to modify them in any way? And the board policy of 4 hours, that had been a policy going back years and years. I'm not sure what the board's thoughts were when they took it off 4 years. It used to be if the board member wanted something on the agenda, the board would have to approve putting it on the agenda. Well, that's kind of gone by the wayside. And I think respectfully to my colleagues, the issue of putting items on the agenda has not been abused in any way. But we cannot expect staff to do these priorities, to handle the emergencies we've consistently had. I mean, we had the Butte fire. We had the death of Sheriff Kuntz. We had the death of Mr. Bowman. We've had PSPSs. You know, we've had now, I mean, the viruses. We've had the cooling centers. It's like this, the county, and we're not unique, have had innumerable emergencies that we're dealing with, plus expecting staff to deal with day-by-day kind of issues. You know, as an example, I emailed the treasurer, Barbara Sullivan, because I've been asked to do state of the county like you did last year. So I asked for some information. This was a week or so ago. And she said, I will get it to you. What? Oh, I will get it to you by the end of the month. There's only 2 of us in the office. And this goes to what the CAO said about having, what, 12% or 15% of the employees being off. We have, I understand, we have COVID-19 fatigue, as was mentioned. And we continue to have expectations of county staff that cannot really be met to maybe our satisfaction. So my feeling is it starts with us. We need to look at what the priorities are and how do we fit in all the other things that are occurring, the day-to-day work, the COVID response, getting ready now for possible PSPS, the fires that we're having, cooling centers. I mean, it's easy to think, well, that all goes on Office of Emergency Services, so the other departments don't need to worry about it. But as we have found out through the last 5 or 6 months, other departments are involved in this issue. I mean, we look at what HR does when we've had county employees come down with the virus, and then dealing with the employees that may be in that same work environment, facilities going in, and I call it fogging the offices. So I think it behooves us to look at what our priorities are, taking into consideration what else is out there for staff. And that, I have another example. I always have examples. I have a tree in Murphy's. It's about 60 feet tall and it's dead. And the neighbors are really concerned. We're not sure is it on county property or private property, and everybody in the neighborhood would like it taken care of right now. Well, this is the road department's high construction season. And so they're busy. And I looked at the list of on the service requests, and I happened to look at it. And there were like 50 or 60 items that the road department was being asked to do and take care of, a pothole here, vegetation there, a tree here and a tree there. So yeah, I think we need to come back to some of the things Supervisor Stopper said and evaluate what our priorities are, and maybe say we need to push them out. And if you think that there's something that's really high priority that we need to add to it, we need to discuss that. Because I believe staff will do what we ask them to do if we're clear on our directions. And the good example is when we said we wanted businesses to be able to expand onto public streets or private. In a week, they had something out. They had something because we were very clear on what we want. And I think they will give it to us if we're clear on what we want and the timeframes that we want it in, if we're reasonable about doing it. Those are my comments. I know Mr. Stopper wanted to add some stuff. I'm not going to address that at this point, but I will before this session is over. Does any other supervisor have anything they'd like to say?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do I have 4 hours? Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here's the way I'm looking at this. It's different times than back when we gave direction for priorities. I'm looking at the current priorities that are up here. I don't see why commercial cannabis at this point needs to be a priority. It's an ordinance. We have a department. It's going. I don't see where we need a lot of attention on that. The projects, HVAC and old jail demo, those are basically complete. So what we have is general plan implementation. And I think that has to remain as a priority simply because we do have a lawsuit pending. And so the implementations that we have to do to continue that, we need to keep that in the forefront. And of that, one of those is on Thursday in front of the Planning Commission, the Valley Springs Community Plan, which is part of the implementation measures of the general plan that we discussed back when we adopted it in November. So I'm fine with that. Public health, as far as the pandemic, we're still experiencing that. We don't know when there's going to be an end to it. We don't know. It's going to be carried into January, February. We have no idea. But the public health has to remain a priority with us. And the COVID team and the other things he has listed here, I would say that one of the other priorities that he has written down here is the business resiliency. I think it's paramount to make sure that we can do, again, like you brought up, Marita, in a week we had something before us to keep the businesses open. I think it has to remain one of our priorities, and I think it still has in admin at least, and in the emergency office along with economic development, a priority to make sure we can do what we can to keep those businesses open. Hopefully the ones that shut down, we have something by the end of the week that the doctor talked about that we can put together to get those ones that were shut down back in line and back in business. No matter what the state has to say to us, we can accommodate those businesses, what their needs are to get back open. I think that at this time, what we're facing has to be priorities. So, the other stuff, it's going to fall into place. The pandemic responses, that's a day-to-day operation. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't know what the state or the governor is going to say tomorrow. That's just an ongoing thing. Emergencies, we're facing the fires right now. It seems to be a yearly thing that we do. What we're facing right now and the gray skies, it just all of a sudden it's become a norm over the last few years. The cooling centers, we had cooling centers last year. because of the weather. It's just the rolling blackouts of the PSPS again last year. It looks the same this year. So those are things that are going to remain priority no matter what we say here. They have to be priority because they're going to occur. Other than setting more priorities onto staff, I can't see us doing that. I think they have enough on their plate, just what's here in front of us that we've discussed. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Mills.
Yes, thank you, Chair. When you think about a fire and a response to a fire, what happens with those people who respond is that you have now, you're participating in what's called a core responsibility. And that is to public safety and reducing the threat, saving property, whatever it might be. We are in multiple states of emergencies in this county. And so all of those become the priorities because everything else takes the back seat. And we start thinking that way as supervisors to say, we're not going to want to do all this other stuff. If it comes down to an issue of public safety, public health, and maintaining a governance structure that allows our businesses to survive through all of this. Because as we're looking in fire response, that's what we're trying to do is look at survivability. All of that has to be the priority. So that means that there's many things that we may have considered as priorities 6 months ago, a year ago, that literally have to kind of get pushed off to the side to allow our staff and not beat them up because they don't get certain things done if they're participating in the priorities of the immediate moment. So I'm simply looking at it from a perspective of what is it that they have? They got only so many hours in a day, just like you and I. What can they do in those hours that are effective to completing the priorities for the immediate response of public emergencies? And if we do those first, then everything else will kind of start having to pick up itself later as we move through. So there's a lot of financial risk that comes not only from government, but from our business sector and even our tax base is affected in some degree. We don't know exactly what the state situation is going to be on the budget. And that could have a very detrimental effect to our staffing levels. We may have to make some very hard decisions even between now and December. But for right now, we have public emergencies. And we have to allow our staff to focus on those first and take everything else and kind of push it into the back seat. If they've got time to work on it, great. But, is the general plan important? I agree with Supervisor Stopper. The IWM, that's one of those almost, it's going to become a public emergency if we let it stretch out. And we've kind of avoided it a little bit anyway. So let's prioritize according to what is an emergency, what is an immediate need, and then work our way down strategically so that we can be very effective with our workforce and they can accomplish some of the things that we need to have accomplished so that we can survive all of this and they can survive all of this successfully. That's the direction. I don't want to speak to specifics. I want to speak to those things that create a safer public environment for our communities and a safer and more resilient business community when it's all over.
Ooh, like having an enforcement. Oh, did I say that? Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm sort of standing with Gary on this to a certain degree. I mean, some of these prior board goals we've accomplished, and we're wrapping them up. So they shouldn't be overwhelming. The question is, what would you want to take off? Probably more important than what you want to put on. I'm not seeing a lot should come off this list. Day to day, I think is critical, as both Dennis and Gary put out, but we have to be able to chew gum and walk at the same time. We have to keep the business of this county moving, and we can't just stop. Today we've spoken about, I heard me talk about getting the outstation up again in West Point. We have to do these things. We have to get a purchasing policy. We need to plan for the future because eventually this crisis is going to end, and we do not want to end up just, oh yeah, we forgot to do that. We have to keep the operations of this county going. We're not the executive, we're the policy board. I expect the CAO to tell us when, it doesn't have people power available. I mean, look, when PSPS goes off or this happens, it's not as if 100% of our staff is standing on the firing line. There are people still available, yet projects stop. We have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. So, the questions put forward by the CAO, I think are fun. I think we ought to talk about it in greater depth. But right now, looking at the current priorities slide, I wouldn't add anything to it, but I also can't imagine taking anything off it.
How about moving some things out?
Well, what are you suggesting?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
But you did.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's okay?
Yeah.
All right. God, I'm getting the look. Well, I just wanted to, just in response to what Jack had to say, there's a little bit of a caveat to what you're saying, though, when in the CAO all brought it up. If it was a PSP like last year, when we had everybody on campus, it wouldn't be the same, because now we have a lot of staff working from home. If the PSPS hits them at home, they're not here. They don't have an emergency generator possibly, or they have internet or what have you to continue working like we could set up here to do. So it's a little bit different caveat on that aspect, and it could be a little bit more of a disastrous situation unless we have some type of control over it, at least after the first one. If we have more, then, we have a little bit, thank God we have a little bit of a foresight from PG&E a day or two ahead that we could maybe do some planning to have everybody come down here and work. But there's some logistics there that could happen that put it in a different light that'll have effect on,
Mr. Stopper.
I just, these are all things that went through my mind. I mean, you all bring up great points and a few more that I even think to throw in there, but I don't want to spend 4 hours a day talking much. But emergency response for public health reasons, number one, is what I'm hearing. I think we all understand that. Day-to-day work is right there with it. Mr. Garamendi brings up something that I was bringing up with what I was talking about on priorities. I was like, not all these necessarily go on the board's priorities. There are things that staff's already doing, like the general plan implementation. That's Peter's, area. Also, Julie is going to be working with them on it, or whoever from county council that's delegated over to planning, and they're going to continue to do that as time makes itself available. And so Mr. Garamendi is right in the sense that, yes, not every emergency response is going to be all hands on deck. But at the same time, you have another good point with the PSPSs. We have to remain cognizant as a board of these issues as we're providing everything forward. I agree that pretty much we don't need to add anything to it. But like the IWM thing, that's within their boundaries. They should continue as they would, as times available to them. So it doesn't need to be on our board priorities. They'll bring it forward to us when they're ready. And I think they're doing a good job of trying to be ready. I have a lot of confidence in our staff. You know, there's certain departments that, yes, they're losing employees because of the part of the 12 to 15% that are out. But when it comes to emergency response, that certain department has nothing to do with it for the most part, unless they volunteer for things like, you know, the call center and stuff like some did. So that's not always the case. You know, there's no absolutes. So you know what, I'm fine with not adding anything right now. I'm, you know, if there's some things we can take off, sure, but I don't think that they're quite there yet. So leave them up there, and when they fall off, good for us. You know, I don't want to stack more in front of staff right now. I want them to continue doing the good job that they have personally. And it's been a learning experience for me because I wasn't necessarily cognizant of everything that was going on and their time going every which way. So I just want to thank staff for everything they've been doing and that they continue to do.
Well, I have some recommendations that we do the facilities and master plan. We move it out. The budget, long-term planning, strategic planning, that we move that out to maybe the first quarter or wherever the CAO thinks it could be appropriate. Times were a lot different when we put all this together than they are now. So unless there's an urgent need, I mean, we have the budget coming and we're going to deal with that and taking into consideration, of course, some of the things that Supervisor Mills talked about. But long-term planning on the budget, I think we can maybe move that out. The CAO has talked, even since the interview process, about strategic planning. I'm a big supporter of strategic planning, though I think we can move that out. The Lake Tulloch short-term rentals, I don't know why we can't move that out. Mr. Mills, is there an urgency that it get done right away? Or could it be broken down into maybe a smaller bite?
You know, considering, first of all, the heavy traffic on Lake Tulloch and the number of deaths and injuries we've had on that lake, and you've heard the sheriff talk about the citations, et cetera, even to take just a small bite of it and keep it kind of in the radar screen would be better than nothing. It's an overwhelmed area right now. And whatever we can do in establishing policy that would assist the sheriff and assist everybody else and helping to kind of stabilize that area, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, because we have to work with the agencies that are involved in that and with FERC and so forth. And that similar could apply to Maloney's also. So maybe we could move that out. And if there's maybe a specific part of it that you think could be done relatively easily, maybe we could deal with that. You and I might have a sidebar after this. But I'd recommend that we do that. I think the PG&E settlement is in the implementation stage now. And so that's off. Public Works and Fire. Am I missing something there that we need to focus on?
Do with the Butte Fire.
Okay.
And they're implementing that.
Okay.
That went along with fuel reduction and everything else. Yeah.
Okay. So really that can come off unless
the policy work's done for us.
Yeah. Okay. And cannabis, I agree that could probably come off. You know, maybe the hemp one, which has a date that we gave it for 2 years, needs to be brought back, but that's no different than any other specific item. Might be more controversial, but the work on it's no different than anything else that might have a due date. So that could probably come up. Mr. All, I'm not clear about policy. What specifically are you talking about on policy? I guess I can't remember and I apologize.
Madam Chair, unfortunately, that was everything about all of our policies. And we still, I think, have policies about horse and carriages in public places. And I don't mean that to be facetious. We have very antiquated policies across the board. For that, I would suggest that we just parse them up into bite-sized pieces, whether they're human resources policy or specific board policies that need to be addressed. I wish I could be more specific, but I recall when we talked about it, it was a pretty broad project.
That's fine. I think you can work with your department heads and let them set the priority of what they think the policy that might need to be dealt with sooner than later, and let them make that decision and establish the dates. But I don't think necessarily having a third or fourth quarter as being a critical time frame, but it's something that we don't want it to slide.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
don't want to say, oh, it's not important, because it is. It impacts all of us and it impacts the community. Is that clear?
I believe so, ma'am.
What, do any of you have something you want to say about that, Mr. Garamendi?
About your list, ma'am, or just that one item?
Oh, well, just that
list.
one item.
I'll speak. Okay, now wait till you want to ask questions about your list.
Okay,
Yes.
that's kind of where I am.
4 people want to ask questions about your list.
Okay.
No, I want to speak to the
And,
policies, Madam Chair. I want
Yeah,
to speak to your
Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to speak to your policies real quick. And that is that many of the department heads are working on policy revisions.
Right.
And it's not that, we haven't told them to do that. They've determined that it is important.
Yes.
And there's many policies that haven't been updated going back to before you were elected.
Oh, my
The
God.
first time. So
That is horse and buggy days.
exactly. So, they can decide which ones that they feel
Yes.
are critical. Let's let them make those decisions.
That's what I meant to say. If
Thank
I
you.
didn't, but I think, as Supervisor Garamendi said, at some point, we need to still get back to how we do business and look at what's going to happen when this shuts down. We want to be prepared. So I don't want us to forget, I don't want us to forget policies. I just don't think that we need to have a whole bunch of them come in third and fourth quarter. And I agree with Mr. Stopper not to add anything else to the list of priorities. Yeah, so Mr. Garamendi, go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go along with all the items on your list: the long-term planning budget, Victoria Maloney's PG&E, Public Works policy. The one thing I would want that I think we have to continue to pursue is the facilities, because when we come out of this, it doesn't matter who's in charge of the federal government. There's going to be some sort of stimulus that's going to come down in one form or another, or from the state, and we need to be ready, just like you guys do at the COG, by getting these plans together. So when the grant funding comes, we can be the ones to step up first.
Okay, we've had several master plans over the years. I don't know where the board is in the last time.
Well,
Did you do it in the last few years?
You do have an ad hoc committee that we talked about this project earlier.
Oh, no,
Also
they
got
have to
Patrick
go on.
Martin.
We have to Brown Act you for that one.
Right. Well, my point is, I think if we stop that, we'll go from a dead stop when it's time to go again. We have to keep some momentum underway.
I understand. Okay. Mr. Tuffanelli.
That was one of the things I was going to say. The facilities, I think we need to at least maintain is one of the priorities. It's been a priority probably for every board for the last
Horse and buggy days.
right after this building was built, so back in the 60s. So I think we need to move forward. I think Jack's right. There'll be some stimulus dollars out there coming, and if we have something project ready, we'll be able to jump right in. And that was the philosophy of a public works director, if you remember, when we got the Obama administration came up with the the stimulus package that they did, we had shovel-ready roads. We got money from other counties that weren't ready and paved a lot of roads. So I'm completely agree with that. The other thing I agree with is Supervisor Stopper on the hemp ordinance. I think that has to be, it's going to be here quickly, and if we're not prepared, that we could get bit here on it. So I'm in agreement with that. The IWM, as far as the cell, it's been a long growing priority. I don't see any reason to drop that because it's even closer now than it was before. So we need to make sure we have a plan to move forward on that. That's a complete plan and a doable plan.
Okay, Mr. Stopper.
Actually, I can give you a little bit on that during my update from our last meeting at the end of the meeting. So I'll stay off that.
Okay, CAO, are you clear as mud?
Yes, ma'am. Very clear as mud. If I might summarize, I think that what I heard is that our emergency responses, anything that's fire, life safety, public health related, we keep those priority. We continue our day-to-day operational things and to carry forward the board goals that we have to this point. And we'll start working out in a timeline for a hemp ordinance and facilities master planning, as we talked about in the ad hoc committee. And I think that's a summary to this point. And as we start to come out of, our emergency response and COVID response, and I guess they're all emergency response, and that's when I'll bring back another report and start asking for and making recommendations for additional priorities.
Mr. Alt, we're also saying that budget long-term planning or strategic planning can be moved out.
Got it.
We're also saying on the policy to go with, I think what Mr. Garamendi or Mr. Mills said, to have those departments that are ready and they want to bring it forward, they can, but we're not sticking to having all policies updated by the end of the fourth quarter. Okay. Also, the Lake Tulloch short-term rental, Mr. Mills and I will see if we can get a bite-sized piece to work on that versus making that a complete project by the end of the fourth quarter.
Okay, got it.
Is there anything else that you might need?
Probably more than anything is editorializing about the commitment that county staff have made to carrying forward the board's priorities. I hope that I don't give the wrong impression from the presentation that we aren't committed to doing the work of the board. In fact, to the contrary, you've mentioned yourself when the board has clear expectations, our team steps up and does great work, and they're still ready to do that. It's just that there's a big mix right now that we're trying to juggle. So I really appreciate the work that county staff has done and continues to do. And as we get more capacity to address board priorities, we'll continue to bring that forward and we'll make sure we carry out the board's expectations and continue to be accountable.
I think on behalf of the board, I can say that we're all extremely proud of Calaveras County and staff, what they've been accomplishing and what they're continuing to do as we go through this. So please let your departments know how much we appreciate them. Yes, is there any public comments? Okay, well, no, because I announced it earlier under our new procedure. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alt. I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'd like to move to supervisor announcements. Does any supervisor have an item they'd like to discuss? I know Mr. Stopper would like to discuss closing of a cell, opening of a cell, raising the fee that we paid, $150.
You know, I'm not going to discuss any specifics. Right now, I believe that we're still working with an interim in IWM, and Rose Bristianos has stepped up with them, and they've done a lot of phenomenal work. We've done a lot of good talking, and we've been meeting regularly with the solid waste task force. They're putting together multiple plans to move forward on the new cell. And they're going to bring it for us so that we can choose the plans and see how we decide as a board to move forward. Because there's things we can't do it all. We can't afford to. It's that simple. The other things will be, you know, what Marita brought up when it comes to, you know, our fees that we pay. But the fees that we're discussing aren't necessarily the ones that we're paying on our assessed taxes, with our assessed taxes on our properties. There is one that we do need to discuss that will be brought back, but you know, they're going through the work over there, and they'll bring it before the board. It won't be a study session so much as an item for us to discuss, as we discussed on our items today. And then we can give them direction on how we feel they need to move forward at that time. That's best for the county of Calaveras. So I just want to say there's a lot of good work being done over there. I'm fairly confident that, you know, that they're going to put together some plans that we can go over. The other thing I want to bring up is I sat down in the Central Sierra Economic Development Districts Committee's meeting last week. Some of the things that Kathy brought up today during her economic update kind of coincide. Cole, I can never pronounce his name right, but I want to pull up his. Prisabella. Thank you, Prisabella. The Economic Development Director from Tuolumne County brought forward something that they're going in for a grant that they're trying to put together for all, you know, multiple counties. They're putting up a template. And all he's asking for right now is a letter of support from Calaveras County. You know, other than that, and I'll read from my archive here because I put it off to the side. Here's a template for a letter that he put together because I asked him, you know what, put something together. I'll fly it by the board, see if they have the appetite for it. So we at the County of Calaveras wish to express our support for a Sierra Nevada Conservancy Resilient Sierra Community grant to create a business plan for a proposed natural resource supply concept, JPA. Tree mortality from years of drought, insect infestation, and the continued degradation of the health of our overgrown forests have led to a series of devastating wildfires that have ravaged the state of California in recent years. Government agencies, environmental organizations, and scientific research all support impacts of tree mortality and unhealthy forests. Forest restoration will help to rebalance ecological function and result in a healthier and more resilient forest that produces strong trees, clean air and water, enhance wildlife habitat, and improve community protection against catastrophic wildfire. The County of Calaveras is part of the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and we have collaborated over the years to maximize public and philanthropic funds to advance initiatives region-wide. By leveraging a regional partnership approach, our counties can create a forest management organization with sustainable economic drivers as the best way to assure consistent supply by coordinating forest and community vegetation management programs between public and private property, integrating a wood campus concept, sustainable forest management with an emphasis on removing otherwise non-merchantable material, and a joint effort model will attract philanthropic. I asked him to keep it short and sweet, but he didn't.
He doesn't know how.
He's very young. but he's smart, and I appreciate what he's working for. I'm going to finish reading this. I apologize for the length. Integrating a wood campus concept, sustainability, forest management with emphasis on removing otherwise non-merchantable material and a joint effort model will attract philanthropic forestry initiative, private sector, federal, state.
Well, now on page 3, and it should be
Right.
2 paragraphs.
You know, the final sentence, I'm going to skip because he's got a couple more paragraphs before the sentence. The County of Calaveras appreciates the opportunity to provide this letter of support to further the collective regional work towards natural resources supply concept, JPA. Is that something you would all consider supporting him working towards?
It sounds like to me it's redundant of other things that are going on. The Calaveras, Amador, there's some things missing in this because I think
there was a broad discussion during our meeting about it. So there's some things he reached out to CHIPS and used part of their thing, and then he's talking to Mariposa County, and they have things going on that they're incorporating into this, and it's an overall concept right now. And it's nothing beyond that right now. And yes, there are multiple other things going on that sort of coincide. So I do agree with you on that, Marita. Go ahead. Let me sit back and you discuss this.
Mr. Garamendi.
I would like to have a lot more information before I agree to anything that proclaims that we are interested in a JPA. There's a lot of projects going on. There's a lot of different owners of different projects. I have a feeling this is probably leaning towards one or the other. I don't know which one. Yeah, I would not be comfortable with that letter until I had a whole lot more information about what exactly Cole is talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is this going to the Sierra Nevada Conservancy?
Yes.
And he's recommending, or the group is recommending to do a JPA as a subset of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy?
That's pretty much my understanding of how they're working.
Oh, I agree with Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Tuffanelli.
Given the history of some of the, I'd have to have a lot more information in, what's going on there.
I understand completely, and that's why I said I would bring it before the board and ask you. And you know what, you all have good input, and I respect it deeply. Mr. Mills.
Thank you. I agree because there's a lot of moving parts here. I know that the Upper McCollum, there was a $7 million grant that was given over in Tuolumne County here last year. I just start to think about all the places that the Sierra Nevada Conservancy has done projects in the Sierra Nevadas. I'd be very, very cautious until I heard the whole story about how this overlays with all of these other entities and projects. And there's a lot of JPAs and pieces to these puzzles that I don't know that we really, till we see it all, that it's going to work. I really don't.
You know what? I get the intent of the board, and I'll reach out to Cole, and I heard the same thing across the board. I'll relay what you've said to him, and I think that it's very justified the way what you brought up, and that's the end of it.
I appreciate his creativity, though. I really do.
No, I think he's a hard worker.
Mr. Mills?
Yes, Friday we had a conference call with the fire chiefs for Murphy's and Altoville Maloney's, and also the sheriff with Bureau Reclamation over natural bridges. And Friday night, late in the evening, we had another medical aid call. And that kind of drove the decision by the sheriff to ask them to please close it. We don't have the resources right now. There's too many fires in California. It's not a safe environment. There were a lot of suggestions about signage, for instance, warning people to the dangers of going down there, and there may not be a possibility of being rescued. They're going to put that together. But this is the short-term solution is they've decided, the Bureau's decided to shut the area down. And then they're going to look next year to doing tours and have paid staff, just like they did with New Maloney's. You're going to pay to go on a tour, and they'll have docents there and take them down and bring them back and have somebody that's medically trained that can control the environment. The shutdown started on Sunday. It went excellent. There were no real problems. They had a couple people try to beat the system. It didn't work. So everybody was very happy with it. There will be another conference call with Sheriff Pooley and Sheriff DiBasilio tomorrow, as well as a conference call in the afternoon with the fire chiefs and the BOR about this. Because first thing they have to understand is, can the people who go down there as visitors be safe and be protected? And if we can't cover them, then literally it's on somebody else to take care of it. So the Bureau is realizing we're a partner here, and the importance of having the sheriff and the fire services as partners is a critical piece to their success as well. And they understand that. So I'm glad to see that we're all kind of talking on the same page right now. We'll see what happens, but I think for the rest of the season, as the sheriff alluded to this morning, natural bridges won't be an option for people to visit. And it's unfortunate, but we just don't have the people right now. We don't. By the way, there are no aircraft available on the call this morning for CAL FIRE. No dozers available in the zone. There are strike teams here from way down south covering our area. We have a lot of strike teams out. There was one time there was 6 strike teams gone. That's 30 fire engines from the area. That's just a lot of resources that are gone. And these are people who know our terrain, they know our area, they know how to fight the fires here. People come in here from other areas. I'm not so certain that they're familiar with where they're going to drag their tailboard trying to turn around. So that's all I have for now. I'm just glad to see we're all working together on it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board? CAO Walt, do you have anything you want to add?
No, Madam Chair. Thank you, though.
Ms. Edwards?
No.
Ms. Glenville? Okay. Susan, do you have any? Okay, thank you. This meeting's adjourned. We're going to... Oh, I forgot. Yeah, sure. Thank you. I'm just looking. Yeah, we're going into adjourn into closed session. Could you please read the closed session item? I've asked staff to come into the boardroom for us to do closed session.
Item number 28 is closed session number 28 pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D1. Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance v. Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Subbasin Sustainability Plan et al. Stanislaus County Superior Court case number CV-20-001720.
Okay. Any public comment on that? Thank you, Roman. You did a good job today. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to adjourn into closed session. We'll take a 5-minute recess.